granted India a temporary 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil stuck at sea, aiming to stabilize global energy markets amid the Iran-Israel conflict. This move allows Indian refiners to buy Russian crude oil loaded on vessels as of March 5th until April 4th. So we're continuing to track the story very closely here on Republic TV. We have a guest joining us to help us decode this new development. Ambassador Deepak Vora joins us live this morning. Very good morning to you, Ambassador. Very good morning to you. So this is a stopgap measure which has been taken by the US. 30-day waiver to buy Russian oil amid Iran war. So India gets one month essentially. Your first reaction as to this stopgap measure?
It's exactly that. It's a stopgap measure. Who the hell do these guys think they are? In January, our purchases of crude from Russia, because Russian discounts had decreased, had come down to just about 1 million barrels per day. They have rebounded since. Ma'am, it's very nice of the Americans to give us a 30-day waiver. Why not 60? Why not 90? I'll tell you the reason. Russian crude oil is refined in India. We have huge refining capability. The largest on-site, single-site refinery in the world is in Jamnagar. And we are the world's second largest exporter of refined crude. Now, the Americans understand that if they don't allow us to buy crude, then the world that buys refined oil from us, that includes Europe, and the United States itself, will suffer. So this is no favor they are doing us. The one thing that perhaps some of us have not paid adequate attention to is the American Navy saying that we'll escort tankers through the Straits of Hormuz. Who on earth are you? Are you going to control the Straits of Hormuz and decide who goes through and who does not? That's precisely the intention. So I think this 30-day waiver is nothing that we will dance the tango to. It's there. What happens after 30 days, we'll wait and see. By then, probably the Iran war will be over. And then let's see what these fellows in Washington decide to do. I would not celebrate at all, ma'am. It'll be premature. It had to happen.
Okay.
And it's happened.
So, Ambassador Vora, like you said, that this is a stopgap measure. That means this is a temporary measure. So, what other alternatives does India have right now, given the fact that Middle East oil routes have been affected due to the situation in the Gulf region?
We've been diversifying our sources. We've been looking around wherever we can. It's a two-pronged approach. One, reduce our dependence on oil. We've been talking about green hydrogen and renewable and so on. And the second is buy it from wherever we can. We have been talking to so many people. Our refiners as well as our oil companies have been crisscrossing the world looking for supplies. And we get it. If it doesn't come through the Middle East, they say 40% of our crude that we get from the Middle East passes through the Hormuz Straits. Well, so be it. Let's see what happens after that. We will survive. We'll pull through. We have the resilience. We have adequate reserves. We have adequate supplies, not just from by the government, but also by private refiners, our oil companies. Maybe 30 days, 40 days, 60 days, whatever the figure. We keep hearing all kinds of figures being bandied about. But my own assessment is that it's not going to hurt us as badly as many would like it to hurt us.
All right, well, thank you for joining us with all those, your insight, Ambassador Vora. I'll be coming back to our guest to decode this new development that Republic TV is getting for our viewers. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking now. President Trump has urged all the Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. And in a big warning to Iran, Trump asked Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. Here's a report as we keep getting you the latest.
Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. and we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential, has much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future, and the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Getting some updates coming in. There's some explosions which have been reported in Tehran. The echoes of explosions have been reported. So this is the breaking news that we're getting for our viewers. The latest that is coming in right now is that US has also said that they will continue striking Iran. So big updates coming here on Republic TV. We're getting these updates as Trump says Iran is being demolished. Gulf attacks are continuing. Echoes and fresh explosions heard in Iranian capital of Tehran. US President Trump has said that Iran is being demolished ahead of schedule and at levels people have never seen before. So this was the latest statement that had come in from President Trump a short while back. And at the same time, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security has said Iranian forces are waiting for any US ground invasion and are ready to disgrace what they call corrupt American officials by killing and capturing thousands. Iran continues to fight back. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. Iran also says Iran is ready to fight a prolonged war. All right, taking a short break. Iran is getting updates coming in from the Iran war. Sri Lanka has taken charge of an Iranian vessel. So this is one of the stories that we're tracking on Republic TV. INS Bushehr is in Sri Lanka and has been under the control of Sri Lanka. We'll get you all these updates. Stay tuned. And the other story we're tracking very closely is that a major reshuffle of governors across the country. This is a domestic update. Rashtrapati Bhavan issues order for changes across 9 states and UTs. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة صرتنا طاح
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and this is day 7 of the war that is going on in West Asia. Nobody is backing down. Trump's US Central Command Admiral saying that it is all set to destroy the Iranian Navy B-2 bombers being launched at Iran's ballistic missile launch centers. All the updates in this war, but first, the headlines. Coordinated ED raids against Anil Ambani and Reliance Power underway across 10 to 15 locations. In big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from United States to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Iran missile strike hits Bahrain's largest oil refinery, marking yet another Iranian strike targeting the region's oil industry. Trump says he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader, describes Khamenei's son Mujtaba a lightweight. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow will do everything to make US-Israel operations against Iran impossible. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel IRIN Bushehr a day after US submarine torpedoed IRIS Dena. A big piece of breaking news coming in. Enforcement Directorate ED is now conducting raids on companies associated with Anil Ambani. Action is currently underway at 10 to 12 locations. We are given to understand 15 ED teams are carrying out raids early this morning today. The searches are being conducted against people linked to Reliance Power Limited. This is the latest raids being conducted by Enforcement Directorate. All right, joining me is Revati, my colleague, on the phone line. Revati, this is a big piece of news coming in. ED now carrying out raids against the companies linked to Reliance Power Limited in this 40,000 crore bank scam. What is the latest that we have?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Anil Ambani's associates, who are the registered offices and other businesses, are being currently raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Since morning, it is, according to the sources, it has come to light that around 15 teams of Enforcement Directorates are conducting this raids since this early morning. Also, it has come to light that these raids might continue till evening today. There's no official statement as of now, but last time when after the 6th summons, Anil Ambani Anil Ambani presented himself before the Enforcement Directorate. The questioning went on for around 9 hours, and after that, the ED has conducted one more action against Anil Ambani, and this action is being taken since early morning. Now there's no official statement about it, but according to the sources, it has come to light that around 15 teams are currently conducting this raid. Also in previous raid, a bungalow named Abode of Anil Ambani was attached to this very particular case. Now it will be important to see that what exactly ED confiscates in this particular raid. Over to you.
Revati, multiple assets linked to Reliance Power Limited is already under investigation. Now these companies that we're talking about, are they already part of the investigation, or these are fresh companies that we're talking about?
So currently these companies or the registered offices or the businesses which are currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate, it is said, according to the sources, it is said that they are the businesses or the registered officers who were benefited from Mr. Anil Ambani, and now they are on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate. So now it will be important to see that what names come forward and what amount has been transferred to these businesses, and what exactly is this raid conducted for, once the official statement from the Enforcement Directorate comes. Over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Revati, for getting us these latest updates. Now, of course, the raids will continue to take place till evening. We'll keep a close eye on this. Now, moving on to another news, big breaking news coming, and now reports have said that China is in fact in talks with Iran to allow crude oil and Qatari liquefied natural gas vessels safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, a big update coming in as the US-Israeli war on Tehran intensifies. China is now reportedly in talks with Iran to allow crude oil pass through the Strait of Hormuz. China is in talks with Iran to allow the crude oil and Qatari LNG vessels safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, we have already seen how Qatar's leading oil company, energy company, Qatar Energy, shut down its operations earlier, saying that it is going to remain shut down until further notice. But this is a big update as talks are underway between China and Iran to allow the passage of these Chinese vessels and also the Qatari LNG vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical oil choke point and currently is absolutely blocked because of the continuous strikes that are being carried out by IRGC. Nobody is backing down, but China is trying to steer the situation to get to some sort of a headway in the situation as the oil energy crisis looms large. So China in talks with Iran over the passage of crude oil and LNG oil ships. These are the visuals of the attacks that took place earlier on the ships. So this is the latest, China trying to get in talks with Iran. We've already seen how China has condemned the strikes that were carried out by Israel and US. Now, United States President Donald Trump has urged all the Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. In another warning to Iran, Trump asks Iranian Revolutionary Guard IRGC, the military, and the Iranian police to lay down their arms. Here is a full report. Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's a much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war. Now, the power vacuum in Iran after the death of its supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is now drawing global political attention. US President Donald Trump says Washington must play a role in deciding Iran's next leadership and has rejected the possibility of Mujtaba Khamenei succeeding his father. Now, Mujtaba Khamenei remains one of the most powerful figures within Iran's clerical establishment and a potential successor. But Trump's comments signal that the battle over Iran's future leadership may now extend far beyond its borders. Take a look. US President Donald Trump said that he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader. He also said that Khamenei's son is unacceptable to him and that he wants someone that will bring peace and harmony to Iran. He also said that he wants to get involved like he got involved in the decision-making for Venezuela. Mujtaba Khamenei, son of Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had survived the US-Israel strikes on Iran. Mujtaba is one of the most influential figures in the Iranian clerical establishment and is seen as a possible successor to his father. But what does not suit Trump should not suit Iran. With Iran being a massive producer of oil, producing nearly 3.5 million barrels a day, an empty seat in Iran has gotten Trump drooling all over. With Venezuelan oil already in the palm of his hand, he now wants complete control over the Middle East. Now we are getting you live visuals from Beirut after Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese capital after Hezbollah fired missiles across the border. Another piece of breaking news coming in where Haifa naval base has been targeted by Hezbollah. Hezbollah has targeted Haifa naval base in Israel in response to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah. So this is the latest piece of information. Now remember, Haifa port in Israel is one of the largest shipping ports, cargo port in Israel, and Hezbollah trying to target strategic assets of Israel inside its territory and now attacking Haifa naval base. But these visuals that we're getting you, it is live from Beirut, where we are seeing that Israel is also retaliating, and in fact several explosions are taking place in Beirut as well. These are the live visuals. Multiple casualties have already taken place. Dozens of people have lost their lives. Explosions happening in neighborhoods. Now the border areas continue to remain very, very sensitive. We have already seen how Hezbollah has asked Israel to evacuate the Israeli residents from within 5 kilometers of the Lebanese border with Israel, whereas Israel has also asked the people across the Lebanese border to evacuate immediately. So the situation there, multi-pronged war is panning out, multiple strikes from both the sides. Live visuals from Beirut as Israel launches strikes on the Lebanese capital. So the humanitarian toll of the war continues to rise as well. These are the live visuals. So the conflict between Iran's proxy Hezbollah and Israel continues to escalate. So the Haifa naval base has also been targeted by Hezbollah. in a missile attack. Lebanon's Hezbollah issued a statement announcing that in response to Israel's criminal aggression that targeted dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburbs of Beirut, Islamic resistance fighters targeted the Haifa naval base. So this is a warning that has been issued by Hezbollah, who is saying that as Israel is targeting Lebanese citizens, it is also retaliating in the response of those strikes that are killing dozens of civilians in Lebanese capital Beirut and across various regions. So this is a strategic attack by Hezbollah in the Israeli territory, where a Haifa naval base has been attacked. This is one of the 3 major international seaports located in Israel. It operates all year long and carries multiple passenger and merchant ships. So a strategic strike carried out by Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. There you have the visuals on your screen of the attack that took place. Fire has also been triggered. What sort of damage was done is to be seen, but this is a big strategic strike by Hezbollah. Now remember, Israel is also retaliating, carrying out attacks on multiple areas. All right, so these visuals, we are showing you the generic visuals of all these strikes that are taking place across the border between Lebanon and Israel. But in the latest, Haifa naval port has also been attacked by Hezbollah. Now earlier we have seen how Israel also made a strategic strike by targeting Hezbollah's command centers and intel operation facilities. So latest visuals that we're getting you. All right. Moving on, US forces are not holding back on the mission to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Today, an Iranian drone carrier, roughly the size of World War II aircraft carrier, was also struck and is now on fire. So in the latest, Admiral Brad Cooper, who heads United States Central Command, says over 30 Iranian ships have been sunk since the start of the war with Iran. And the latest, US forces sink an Iranian drone carrier. US claims the carrier was roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier ship.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, US B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
This, as United States says, it will not rest till the entire Iranian Navy is destroyed. Now, the energy infrastructure across the Gulf region has become a major flashpoint in the ongoing conflict. Iranian strikes and threats have targeted key oil facilities from Bahrain to the UAE to Saudi Arabia. Sites linked to Bapco, Fujairah's global bunkering hub, and Saudi Arabia's Aramco are now under heightened alert. With the Strait of Hormuz already under tension, attacks on energy facilities could have immediate consequences for the global oil markets. Take a look. Oil refineries have been a major target for Iran in the past couple of days. In recent updates, a Bapco refinery in Bahrain became a target of Iranian missiles. In the UAE, explosions were reported near oil storage and bunkering facilities in Fujairah, one of the world's largest fueling hubs for global shipping. Fujairah is critical because it allows tankers to load fuel without entering the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, Fujairah has stopped all its activities after the strikes. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, infrastructure linked to Saudi Aramco has also been under heightened security after threats and attack attempts. Saudi Aramco runs some of the largest oil processing facilities in the world. Attacks on such sites could immediately impact global oil supply and prices. From Fujairah to Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, the energy war is now spreading across the Gulf. And with the Strait of Hormuz already under tension, the world's oil lifeline is now under direct threat.
Now, tensions in West Asia are now spilling beyond the main battlefield. Azerbaijan has accused Iran of launching a drone attack on its territory after explosions and fire were reported at Nakhchivan International Airport. Now, videos circulating show thick black smoke rising near the terminal building, triggering panic among locals. Now, Azerbaijan says that Iranian drones struck the airport area, injuring civilians and escalating regional tensions even further. Take a look.
The war in West Asia is now widening. Azerbaijan says Iranian drones and missiles flying from the direction of Iran struck territory inside Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The attack hit Nakhchivan International Airport, located barely 10 kilometers from the Iranian border. Videos show flames and thick black smoke rising near the terminal building as emergency crews rushed to the site. According to Azerbaijani sources, one drone struck the airport terminal while others fell nearby, including in Shekarabad village. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has strongly condemned the attack, saying the drones were launched from Iranian territory and calling it a violation of international law. Authorities say 2 civilians were injured, though local health officials have reported no fatalities so far. For now, Azerbaijan has announced that it is preparing response measures following the drone strikes. Azerbaijan also summoned the Iranian ambassador, warning that it reserves the right to take appropriate response measures. As a result of this attack, Azerbaijan has also closed its southern airspace near Iran for 12 hours. As the Iran-Israel conflict intensifies, the strike in Azerbaijan raises fears that the war could drag more countries into the crisis.
Now, as tensions escalate across West Asia, Europe is beginning to move its military assets closer to the conflict zone. The United Kingdom has deployed additional fighter jets, naval assets and anti-drone systems to reinforce its bases in Cyprus and across the region. Italy, too, has raised its air defense alert levels and is preparing naval and missile support for allies. With NATO countries strengthening their military posture, the Iran-Israel conflict is increasingly drawing global powers into the theater. Take a look.
UK has sent 4 additional Typhoon jets to Qatar to strengthen defense operations across the region. Not only this, UK has also sent Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities to Cyprus. UK's Defense Secretary is on the ground in Cyprus. The country has sent even more help by deploying HMS Dragon to the Mediterranean Sea.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities are arriving in Cyprus tomorrow. The Defence Secretary is on the ground in Cyprus right now, coordinating our work and meeting our brave servicemen and women. We're deploying HMS Dragon to the Mediterranean. And we have allowed the US to use British bases to conduct defensive operations, to take out Iranian missiles before they're fired at our people and our allies.
Italy has also heightened its national air defense systems and said that it will send naval support to Cyprus.
Oggi, visto quello che è successo in Turchia, visto quello che è successo a Cipro, ho dato mandato e ho chiesto al Capo di Stato Maggiore della Difesa di innalzare a livello massimo il livello di protezione della rete di difesa aerea e antibalistica nazionale.
Italy will also send anti-missile and anti-drone defense systems to countries that have come under retaliatory strikes from Iran. Additionally, Italy would help out those countries that requested defensive assistance under pre-existing authorizations. The United States has more than 12,000 military personnel on bases across Italy, including army bases in Vicenza and Livorno. With the world getting involved in defenses across West Asia, this is no more just a war between Israel and Iran.
Slipping into a quick break. Coming up, Iran missile strike hits Bahrain's largest oil refinery, marking yet another Iranian strike targeting the region's oil facilities.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
U.S. Central Command began
ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Hello viewers, this weekend the 5th edition of Nationalist Collective, India's first and only non-political people's forum rooted in powerful purpose, nation first. Now built on the pillars of ideological clarity, civilizational confidence and collective unity. Nationalist Collective Conclave brings together voices that shape thought and inspire action. In this edition, we bring you bold conversations, diverse perspectives and powerful ideas that challenge, inspire and unite. From redefining national priorities to empowering the next generation of change makers, each segment here captures the spirit of confident and rising India. Now let's cut across to headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Coordinated ED raids against Anil Ambani and Reliance Power Limited underway across 10 to 5 locations. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from the US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Iran missile strike hits Bahrain's largest oil refinery, marking yet another Iranian strike targeting the region's oil industry. Donald Trump says he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader, describes Khamenei's son Mojtaba lightweight. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow will do everything to make US-Israel operations against Iran impossible. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel IRINS Bushehr a day after US torpedoes hit IRIS Dana. All right, a major reshuffle of governors that take place across India. All right, viewers, big breaking news coming in amid the Pakistan-Afghanistan war, and now the Afghanistan Ministry of Defence says attack on Pakistan Army posts continue in a Shorabag border on Durand line. The ministry also claims Afghan forces shot down a Pakistani drone near Dawood police station in Mohmand Agency. That's the big claim made by Afghanistan right now, as the skirmishes along the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan continue, and so does the attacks from both the sides. This time, Afghanistan has claimed attack on Pakistani army posts, saying they are continuing. It has also claimed it shot down a Pakistani drone near the Dawood police station in a Mohmand Agency. So what we're looking at is continuation of skirmishes, and exchange of strikes between Afghanistan and Pakistan. This time Afghan government has now made a few claims saying it shot down a Pakistani army drone. In fact, also mentioning that how attacks on Pakistani army posts are now continuing along the border. Those are the visuals on your screen. In fact, showing you the attacks that have taken place in the aftermath as well. This as the conflict between the two neighbors, Afghanistan and Pakistan, continues unabated. Now we're looking at more strikes by Afghan government. In fact, they've shot down a Pakistani drone. This is in Mohammed Agency near the Dawood police station. They've claimed that along the Durand line, the attacks on Pakistani army posts also continue. Now viewers, these attacks taking place in Shorabak border is what we're given to understand. The latest wave of attacks carried out by Afghani forces on Pakistani army posts is now continuing in Shorabak border along the Durand line between the two neighbors. In fact, the Defence Ministry also claimed that Afghan forces shot down a Pakistani drone near the Dawood police station in Mohammed Agency. All right, viewers, we've got another big development. This time, Afghanistan has claimed that Pakistan, a military post, was captured. In fact, the regime has been captured along the Ali Sheikh Terizai district of Khost province, along with the Durand line has been captured. 4 Pakistani soldiers were also killed. According to the ministry, the clashes are continuing in Nangarhar, where Islamic Emirate forces are now advancing. In the latest development, an unmanned aerial vehicle was also shot down by the Afghani forces. So again, more claims are now being made from the Afghans' side, claiming that they've not only captured Pakistani military outpost, but they've also killed about 4 soldiers belonging to Pakistani army. Now, this outpost has been captured in the district of Khost, the province, along the Durand line, and 4 Pakistani casualties have also been reported, according to Afghanistan. Now, clashes are continuing along the border as well as in Nangarhar province. This is where the Emirates forces are now advancing. The latest development we're getting from the border is that Afghanistan has also claimed of shooting down a Pakistani army drone. So what we're looking at is Afghanistan making more and more gains in this conflict against Pakistan, subjecting Pakistan to more casualties. We're looking at 4 soldiers who have now been killed, according to the latest Afghanistan's claim. In fact, a military outpost has also been captured by the Afghan forces along the Durand line, is the latest claim. This took place in the district of Khost province. Now, viewers, we're also getting you visuals of how a Pakistani drone was shot down as per the claims made by the Afghani forces. They also claim they've now captured a military outpost in Khost province, and about 4 casualties have taken place on the side of Pakistan. So what we're looking at is the escalation in the conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now we are shifting focus. US President Donald Trump has now urged all the Iranian diplomats posted across the world to request asylum. Now, in another warning to Iran, Trump asks Iranian Revolutionary Guards, the military as well as the police to lay down their arms as the conflict escalates. Take a look at this report.
Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war.
And now, viewers, as the war escalates in West Asia, the question is, what is India's position during this war? Do we have enough oil supply to sustain ourselves as the world is now staring at an oil crisis? We explain this through our graphics. What India is looking at, it sits in a comfortable position right now in terms of energy security. We have been importing 195, of gas. There's enough oil supply and gas coming to India at this point. The current position of stock is comfortable. We have enough stock to sustain ourselves for the next few months as well, is what we're looking at. And this comes as the world stares right now at energy crisis. Stocks are being replenished every day, is what we're looking at. India is also looking at alternative markets to buy gas, so essentially diversifying its energy basket at this point of time. In fact, there has been no shortage of LPG or LNG reported in India. India is currently in talks with major oil producers of LPG as well across the world. Remember, this comes as the Strait of Hormuz, through which 1/5 of global oil passes, has become a no-go zone. And amid that, there is no shortage of crude oil reported, and India is currently in talks with different agencies as well, OPEC countries as well, on oil supply situation. It's also engaging with other suppliers around the world to ensure that when it comes to energy security, India is fully prepared and remains resilient. In fact, that's where the oil situation stands as far as India is concerned. Australia and Canada have also offered to sell gas to India. So not just in terms of oil, in terms of gas as well, India has all the options open. India is looking for alternative sources, and several countries, in fact, have now come out and offered to sell gas to India as well. So in terms of oil as well as in terms of gas, India currently stands in a very comfortable position. It's also signed new contracts with United Arab Emirates and the US as well. And as per these agreements also, we're getting more stock of crude oil as well as gas. So therefore, India is facing essentially no shortage of oil or gas as far as the crisis of energy is concerned, which is staring at the world right now. In fact, India is also in talks with OPEC countries on oil supply situation. And now, viewers, energy infrastructure across the Gulf has become a major flashpoint in the ongoing conflict. Iranian strikes and threats have targeted key oil facilities from Bahrain to United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Sites linked to Babco,
अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। जब इस क्षेत्र में डिस्टरबेंस या डिसरप्शन होता है तो उसका सीधा असर ऑयल और गैस की सप्लाई पर पड़ता है। यही नहीं, आज हम सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शंस केवल ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में ही नहीं बल्कि अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी देख रहे हैं। इन अनसर्टेनिटीज का सीधा प्रभाव इकोनॉमी और ग्लोबल ट्रेड पर पड़ता है। साथियों, वर्तमान में सिचुएशन काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई है। एवं ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि आगे जाकर ये और डायनेमिक ही होती जाएगी। और आज जिस तरह अलग अलग देश लैंड पर, एयर में, सी में और अब तो स्पेस तक में एक दूसरे को टक्कर ले रहे हैं, वह वास्तव में यह हम सभी के लिए चिंता का विषय है। यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal. इन सभी डायनेमिक फैक्टर्स के साथ आज की दुनिया में एक और महत्वपूर्ण तत्व जुड़ गया है और वह है टेक्नोलॉजिकल डायनेमिज्म। आज जीवन के लगभग हर क्षेत्र में टेक्नोलॉजी अभूतपूर्व परिवर्तन ला रही है। स्वाभाविक है, टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड सप्लाई चेन भी इंपॉर्टेंट हो गए हैं। हाई इन टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ तो सप्लाई का मुद्दा और भी गहराई से जुड़ा हुआ है। उदाहरण के तौर पर एक मोबाइल फोन से लेकर हवाई जहाज तक या कोई और हाई टेक्नोलॉजी सिस्टम हो, इनकी सप्लाई चेन्स लगातार डाइवर्सिफाई और कॉम्प्लेक्स हो रही है। डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो यह टेक्नोलॉजिकल डायनेमिज्म और अधिक स्पष्ट रूप से सामने आता है। डिफेंस सेक्टर में आज हाई एंड और प्रिसीजन टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, इसलिए हमारी सरकार का शुरू से ही यह मानना रहा है कि इन अनसर्टेनिटीज के दौर में सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन से बचने का एक मात्र उपाय है सेल्फ रिलायंस, यानी आत्मनिर्भरता। और हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता के विजन की एक प्रमुख धुरी, एक प्रमुख पिलर, वह है डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स। ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से मित्रों देखें तो भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर में पब्लिक सेक्टर की प्रायोरिटी रही है। पहले ऑर्डिनेंस सेक्रेटरी बोर्ड ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में एक बहुत ही प्रमुख भूमिका निभाई है। 4 शिपयार्ड्स सहित विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स ने नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में अपना एक मेजर कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है। परंतु लगातार परिवर्तनों, जिनमें से कुछ की मैंने अभी चर्चा की है, उनके मद्देनजर और हमारे डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन को क्वालिटेटिव और क्वांटिटेटिव मजबूती प्रदान करने के उद्देश्य से कई स्ट्रक्चरल और पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म्स को भी लागू किया गया है, जिससे एफिशिएंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी और कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बढ़ी है। अब ट्रांसपेरेंसी, फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन, परफॉर्मेंस, बेंचमार्किंग और रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया जा रहा है और विशेष रूप से शिप बिल्डिंग सेक्टर में यह परिवर्तन साफ देखने को मिलता है।
All right, viewers, going back to the developments we're tracking from West Asia. Now, energy infrastructure across the Gulf has become a major flashpoint in the ongoing conflict. Iranian strikes and threats have targeted key oil facilities from Bahrain to UAE and to Saudi Arabia. Sides linked to Bapco, Fujairah's global bunkering hub, and Saudi's Aramco are now under heightened alert. With the Strait of Hormuz already under tension, attacks on energy facilities could have immediate consequences for the global oil markets. Take a look at this detailed report.
Oil refineries have been a major target for Iran in the past couple of days. In recent updates, a Bapco refinery in Bahrain became a target of Iranian missiles. In the UAE, explosions were reported near oil storage and bunkering facilities in Fujairah, one of the world's largest fueling hubs for global shipping. Fujairah is critical because it allows tankers to load fuel without entering the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, Fujairah has stopped all its activities after the strikes. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, infrastructure linked to Saudi Aramco has also been under heightened security after threats and attack attempts. Saudi Aramco runs some of the largest oil processing facilities in the world. Attacks on such sites could immediately impact global oil supply and prices. From Fujairah to Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, the energy war is now spreading across the Gulf. And with the Strait of Hormuz already under tension, the world's oil lifeline is now under direct threat.
And now, viewers, with escalations being reported every hour, the war that started between Israel, US and Iran has now engulfed the whole of Middle East. The war is now translating into blockades of key economic routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and global oil supplies being under attack. The ripples can be felt across the global economy. And now in the latest, the update, the war has spilled into Indian Ocean as well, with 2 Iranian warships now approaching the Sri Lankan coast till now. From Iran to Israel, US to UK, Dubai, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, and more recently, Azerbaijan and Sri Lanka. Watch this report as Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami explains why this conflict is not just an Iran war.
This is a global war already. How is this not a world war already? You have to be absolutely unrealistic to even think or claim that this is a regional war. Ladies and gentlemen, as some commentators in the United Kingdom have been saying, if in place of Iran, this had been Russia that was firing missiles everywhere, you would have called it World War III. Let's get realistic. This is a world war already. 5 visuals that I need to bring you all up to date with. First, Tehran, in what I believe is World War III. A sports complex hit today. Missiles hit the Azadi complex, destroy the sports arena. Visual number 2, F-35 shooting down an Iranian fighter jet. An Israeli F-35 Adir operated by Israel, tracking an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet. Ladies and gentlemen, explosion as the jet hits the ground. Visual 3, Israeli interceptors halting an Iranian missile. These are interceptions by the Iron Dome of Israel. Qom in Iran. The satellite images showing strikes on Iranian air defense systems in Qom in Iran. Visual number 5 of an IDF strike on a Hezbollah structure, southern Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, southern Lebanon. And ladies and gentlemen, while these visuals are playing out, we can see that the world is divided into 3 divisions. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the globe is divided into 3 divisions. The first, a group of countries which are in direct conflict with Iran, which is Israel and USA. The second is a group of countries consisting of those nations who are allies of America and the US. Military facilities are being targeted by Iran in these countries. These are the 9 Gulf nations, which are Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Cyprus, Oman, and UAE, followed by now UK, Greece, Azerbaijan, and finally the group of 6 countries indirectly involved in this war, which are France, China, Russia, Germany, and Australia. So if you look at it, this is already very much a global war. So ladies and gentlemen, there are 10 points on why this is already a world war. First, 22 plus countries are directly or indirectly involved in this war already. This number is growing by the hour and the scale of involvement is 2. If you look at indirect impact, this is 30 countries across the world. This is not a regional skirmish, therefore, this is a full-on retaliatory strike at an intensive scale. And the historical point to understand is that both World War I and II started off as what seemed like regional skirmishes, like it was seeming on Saturday, before it blew up into a full-scale war. Ladies and gentlemen, the countries hosting global bases of direct players are bearing the brunt. Global energy infrastructure is today under attack. If you see the map of the Strait of Hormuz, there is a clogging of the Strait of Hormuz in a way that has not been seen before. Therefore, as of this evening, global supply chains are in suspension. Iran has slammed the door on negotiation. There's no mediation in sight. The great powers are splitting into opposing camps. Trump is calling Keir Starmer names.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from them. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
This is a clear indication that the world is dividing because of this war. Allies and proxy allies are not solidly aligned. Most importantly, the war has reached the Indian Ocean. We saw what happened off the coast of Sri Lanka. Global stock markets and agencies are predicting sustained fallouts. The Dow has fallen, Goldman Sachs has issued warnings, the OPEC is seen scrambling. Even the body that adjudicates the laws of war says that presently a chain reaction is now underway. These 10 reasons, combined with the scale of involvement of various countries around the world, now reaching almost 30, makes this, in my view, already a world war. How is this, therefore, not a world war? If you're watching this video, the only thing I would say is it's a matter of time before half the world gets involved. After that, it's anyone's guess how this goes.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And on the other side, we discuss how Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov now says Moscow will do everything to make US-Israel operations against Iran impossible.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the President's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Israel is bombarding Beirut and US is striking Iran. That's the latest update that we're getting for our viewers. All the top updates of the Iran war, we'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Iran missile strike hits Bahrain's largest oil refinery, marking yet another Iranian strike targeting the region's oil industry. Trump says he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader, describes Khomeini's son Mojtaba a lightweight. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow will do everything to make US-Israel operation against Iran impossible. Sri Lanka takes charge of the Iranian naval auxiliary ship INS Bushehr and its 208 crew members. And a major reshuffle on the cards of governors across the country. Rashtrapati Bhavan issues order for changes across 9 states and UTs. Getting you some more updates coming in. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in his latest address in Kolkata, termed the West Asia war an abnormal situation. So we have that statement of the Defence Minister, Union Defence Minister, saying that this is a very, very abnormal situation which is playing out. Let's go ahead and play out what the Union Defence Minister said.
आज ग्लोबल लेवल पर हमेशा कुछ नया हो रहा है, एक परिवर्तन चल रहा है। पुराने विचार, पुराने ग्लोबल ऑर्डर, पुरानी बिलीफ्स तेजी से बदल रही हैं और यही वह अनसर्टेनिटीज हैं जिन्हें हमें समझना होगा। और अभी चल रही मिडिल ईस्ट की स्थिति इसका मैं मानता हूं कि एक ज्वलंत उदाहरण है। आज जो वहां हो रहा है वह बहुत ही असामान्य है। आगे चलकर मिडिल ईस्ट में या हमारे पड़ोस में परिस्थितियां किस दिशा में जाएंगी, इस पर अभी कोई कॉन्क्रीट प्रेडिक्शन करना कठिन है। यदि हम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज या पूरे पर्शियन गल्फ क्षेत्र को देखें तो यह विश्व की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। जब इस क्षेत्र में डिस्टरबेंस या डिसरप्शन होता है तो उसका सीधा असर ऑयल और गैस की सप्लाई पर पड़ता है। यही नहीं, आज हम सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन केवल ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में ही नहीं बल्कि अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी देख रहे हैं। इन अनसर्टेनिटीज का सीधा प्रभाव इकोनॉमी और ग्लोबल ट्रेड पर पड़ता है। साथियों, वर्तमान में सिचुएशन काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई है। एवं ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि आगे जाकर ये और डायनेमिक ही होती जाएगी। और आज जिस तरह अलग अलग देश लैंड पर, एयर में, सी में और अब तो स्पेस तक में एक दूसरे को टक्कर ले रहे हैं, वह वास्तव में यह हम सभी के लिए चिंता का विषय है। यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
And President Trump has urged all the Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. One more big warning has come in to Iran. Trump's asked Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. Here's a full report as we keep tracking the statements coming in from President Donald Trump.
Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's a much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Okay, getting some updates coming in. The Indian Navy ship INS Tarangini has arrived in Colombo after joining the search operation and rescue operation for the Iranian frigate RIS Dana, which sank after being struck by a U.S. submarine torpedo. India has also deployed INS Ikshak and maritime patrol aircraft to assist the mission. So big updates coming here on Republic TV. This is the IRIS Dana sinking. Indian Navy deploys ships Tarangini and Ikshak to aid Sri Lanka-led search efforts. So these two have been deployed along with maritime patrol aircraft to assist in the Sri Lanka-led search and rescue operations for the Iranian frigate IRIS Dana, which sank after being struck by a U.S. submarine torpedo. The vessel sank on March 4th, around 20 nautical miles west of one of the key locations in Sri Lanka after reportedly being struck by a torpedo from a U.S. submarine. Big updates coming in here. So we are seeing that the Indian Navy has deployed INS Tarangini and INS Ikshak along with maritime patrol aircraft, and they are helping Sri Lanka look for the Iranian frigate IRIS Dana, which sank after being struck by a US submarine torpedo. Big updates coming here. So the INS Tarangini is in Colombo, helping Sri Lanka find the Iranian IRIS Dana. We're getting some exclusive pictures as well. Let's get some exclusive pictures that we're getting for you. The first exclusive pictures are coming in of the Iranian vessel that was docked near Sri Lanka, and now we see that Iranian vessel is under the control of Sri Lanka. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. We have the exclusive pictures, so we'll go ahead and put out those pictures which are coming in. Okay, so this is the vessel which was docked near Sri Lanka, and now Sri Lanka has taken control of this Iranian vessel. There was a message which had come in from the president. This Iranian vessel is IRINS Bushehr and is now under the control of Sri Lanka. Let's play out what the president of Sri Lanka had to say about this.
At present, the ship under discussion is a vessel identified as IRINS Bushehr. This vessel was reported to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the 4th of this month. They requested permission for the vessel to enter one of our ports on either the 4th or 5th. We are required to follow certain international conventions. On one hand, this is a naval vessel belonging to one party involved in an ongoing conflict. At the same time, we are a neutral state. Therefore, as a neutral state, we must determine how to handle such a vessel. For this, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982 applies. Based on such conventions, the powers and procedures assigned to us were continuously discussed with them. It must be clearly understood that this is not a normal situation. One party of a conflict requesting access for a vessel to our ports requires us to act strictly according to international declarations and international obligations. Hence, this is not a matter in which we can rush into decisions. Further, an understanding must be reached between both sides regarding these international declarations and obligations. We must arrive at a mutual agreement. Following various rounds of discussions, our naval officers, along with the ship's crew, particularly its captain, held discussions. We also engaged with the embassy. The embassy, especially the Iranian embassy, has kept the Iranian government informed while engaging with us. Following those discussions, our proposal was that we are prepared to take this group and this vessel under our responsibility. For that, the conventions and agreements between us must be clearly set out. Accordingly, we reached a mutual agreement both on rescuing the personnel aboard the ship and on where the vessel should be positioned. Although the vessel was located near the Colombo port, we are aware that Colombo is our main commercial port. Keeping such a vessel within our primary commercial harbour carries the risk of significant negative impacts on our maritime industry. Certain shipping lines have even raised concerns, including possible increases in insurance. Therefore, we decided that the vessel will not be brought into the Colombo port. Instead, we will take the vessel to the Trincomalee port. However, before moving it to Trincomalee, we wish to bring the personnel aboard the vessel to Colombo. Accordingly, our naval vessels have approached the ship, and the operation to rescue those individuals is currently underway. As reported to us, we have prepared to bring 208 individuals ashore. This includes 53 officers, 84 cadet officers, 48 senior sailors and 21 sailors. These 208 personnel will be transferred to Colombo using our own naval vessels, and this process has already begun. Thereafter, an essential group of crew members, together with our naval personnel, will jointly navigate the vessel to the Trincomalee region. Near the Trincomalee port, the vessel will be moved only after all necessary preparations are in place to bring this group safely ashore. Therefore, I believe we have followed a very clear and consistent stance. We act neither in favor of any state nor in subordination to any state. We act as a free and sovereign nation.
US forces are not holding back on the mission to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Iranian drone carrier, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, was struck and it is now on fire. So we're getting these updates coming in. Let's have a look at this report. It tells you what happened.
Admiral Brad Cooper, who heads United States Central Command, says over 30 Iranian ships have been sunk since the start of the war with Iran. And the latest, US forces sink an Iranian drone carrier. US claims the carrier was roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier ship.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, US B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
This, as United States says, it will not rest till the entire Iranian navy is destroyed.
Okay, getting you some major development which came in. It's a big relief for India, a temporary relief. US Treasury Department has granted India a temporary 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil stuck at sea, aiming to stabilize global energy markets amid the Iran-Israel conflict. Now, this move allows Indian refiners to buy Russian crude oil low rate on vessels as of March 5th until April 4th. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated that this stopgap measures will not be benefiting Russia financially and expects India to increase US oil purchases in the future. This is a huge update that we're getting for our viewers. And coming in the backdrop of the tensions in the Gulf and the Middle East. So this is a temporary access that US has given to India for Russian oil. What happened was that US officials, including Treasury Secretary, have described the move as a short-term pragmatic step to keep oil flowing into global markets. They have stressed it's not intended to give significant financial benefit to the Russian government since it's limited to oil already at sea. This waiver comes despite the ongoing sanctions on Russia's energy sector. The waiver offers a temporary relief for India and helps India avoid a supply crunch. Remember that a lot of the Middle East routes have been blocked because of the tensions there. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, will help us decode the implications for India. Abhishek, yes, go ahead and take our viewers through what the latest is. This is a temporary relief that US has given to India when it comes to Russian oil.
Well, yes, temporary for the United States because we never stopped buying Russian oil. Even as we speak, about 1 million barrels per day of Russian oil has been coming. Now, let me take this to Ajay Bagga. I think he's joining us live on this broadcast, markets expert.
Hello. Yeah, Abhishek.
Okay, Mr. Bagga is there with us. Mr. Bagga, help us understand what this waiver really means when we had actually never stopped buying Russian oil, maybe tapered off the quantities a bit. But then this should come definitely as a reprieve and psychologically a big boost for the markets.
Yeah, definitely. It's not proved to be a boost to the markets today. Indian markets are still down, but overall, if you see sentimentally, it is a big boost for us. Again, India has been saying that its energy security is non-negotiable. We did not ask for this waiver from the US because the gun of tariff that they had put on our head has itself evaporated. If you look at the Supreme Court in US has made Trump's tariffs invalid, infructuous. The lower New York court has asked Trump to refund the tariffs of $130 to $150 billion charged to over 300 plus companies. And a lot of the US states, Abhishek, are now even suing the US federal government, the Trump administration, saying that the 15% tariffs that he wants to put are also infructuous, are illegal. So that gun on our head has gone of 50% tariffs today. Trump, even if he wants to, cannot put 50% tariffs on India. But being good citizens, we had reduced our offtake of Russian oil from about 30% of our requirements to about 20% in February. We were picking up nearly 1.1 to 1.2 million barrels a day of Russian oil in February, as per our MIS. Now, India can pick up the 20 to 30 million barrels that are on the high seas to replenish its reserves. Overall, Abhishek, per day, India needs about 6 million barrels of crude oil. Out of that, nearly 60% was coming from the Gulf. Some from the Strait of Hormuz, some from the Gulf of Oman, but from the Persian Gulf area, we were getting 60% of our requirement, rest from the US, from Africa and Russia. Now that Middle East oil has gone off the market for the last 7 days. Today is the 7th day of the Iranian war. So India is in a bind. We are short on daily supplies of oil and gas. Allowing us to buy this Russian oil was something that we expected, and we were anyways going to do it. So India will go ahead and buy 3 million, 3.5 million barrels a day of the Russian oil to make up for the shortage from the Middle East that we are facing.
Right. So you mean to say, I mean, I was given to understand maybe not 60 but 40-50% of our crude requirements come from the Gulf, but including LNG, I believe maybe you are right, 60%. But now with what you're saying about 20 million barrels per day hovering around the high seas, that should be easy catch, right? If for our requirement of filling the gap that's there because of the Gulf crisis?
Yeah, it's 20 million which is accumulated. About 30 million is accumulated, out of which 20 million India has contracted to buy already. Both the private refiners have contracted, and our main public sector refiners both have contracted. So 20 million is available, Abhishek, right away, which India has taken. And now on an ongoing basis, our refiners are already contracting with Russia. So we will be increasing our inflow from Russia till the Iranian war, there's a truce in Iran. And again, go ahead.
Man, I mean, please help me understand, Mr. Bagga. If our daily requirement is 5 to 6 million barrels per day, if we have already contracted 20 million barrels per day, and if our stores are there already for about coverage of 50 days, 25 days of crude and 25 days of products. So where is the crisis? I mean, why should the markets be so negative and red?
No, it's not only the oil thing, Abhishek. What is also happening is people who have a liquidity issue elsewhere are selling gold, are selling silver, both of which are down. Japanese yen, if you see, it has not gone up. Normally in a time of war, Japanese yen would be appreciating, it's been depreciating. So that's showing Japanese assets are being sold. And India is seeing about 4 to 8,000 crores of selling every day by foreign investors. That is not because India's fundamentals have deteriorated. In fact, India is one stable macro economy which is out of this war, which is not impacted. What is happening is foreigners are generating liquidity from wherever they can get. Because they have margin calls, they need funds elsewhere to cover losses or cover margin calls. So that's where the money is going out from India. It's not, and that is causing our markets to be weak. But otherwise, fundamentally, unless this oil stays at these high levels for a protracted period, then there will be an impact on our macro as well, on our current account deficit. But right now, we don't foresee that. We see a short-lived war. Even if the skirmishes continue, already the intensity is reduced. Today, the Department of War of US said that Iranian missile attacks are down 90% and the drone attacks are down 83% on the 6th day versus the first day. So already we are seeing the intensity reducing. It will reduce even further. There is a lot of pressure from the Gulf countries to call for a truce. It's a matter of time. We don't foresee. And even the market, if you see, the oil forwards for July, August are showing $70, $72 versus the $85 price today. So even the oil markets are saying that yes, this will get resolved. It's a matter of a few days or few weeks at the most.
I mean, I was coming to that for my next question, and you brought me there. If it's tapering off, Donald Trump is already distracted with Cuba. I think he's losing his interest in Iran. There is no big target left to hit. And if it's at $85, it has peaked, it's going to come down and it might crash given the oversupply situation that might see. Then there should not be any worries. I mean, it reminds me of a college joke that let's have a drink because we are sad today. Let's have a drink because we are happy today. Let's have a drink because my friend is unhappy today. Let's have a drink because my friend is unhappy today. So, what's the prognosis like? If it's going to taper off, then we are fine.
No, we are fine. On a macro basis, we are fine. See, markets in the short term are like voting machines. They are run by sentiment. Sentiment right now is risk off. Sentiment is people are taking liquidity from wherever they can. See, gold and silver should have been shooting up as safe haven assets. They have been very flat, in fact, negative. So what this is showing is somebody is short of liquidity, somebody is short of funds, and to cover that, they are selling whatever sells. India sells very easily. We are quite a deep market, and our domestic investors are absorbing this. So if a foreign investor is selling 8,000 crores a day, our domestic investors are buying 12,000 crores a day. But the impact does come. So overall, we have been impacted. We have an issue with $200 billion of trade with the Gulf area, which has got suspended. We have an issue with 1 crore Indians staying there and their livelihoods being at risk temporarily, and getting $50 billion of remittances from the... So all this sentiment, Abhishek, is what is causing the slight blip in our markets. We are down about 4% this week for Indian markets. But overall, our fundamentals have not deteriorated or changed. And they will not, because this war will not last. The US or Israel don't have the armaments to sustain it. Iran is anyways largely destroyed. So they are sustaining whatever they can in terms of a guerrilla missile and drone attacks. But otherwise, largely, they don't have the appetite now. So it's a matter of time. Face-saving off-ramp is needed. And given it's Trump, he might announce, Abhishek, any day over this weekend that after a great, glorious victory, we are declaring ourselves victors and now focusing on Cuba, as you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. So Trump might get an off-ramp and provide an off-ramp, but for markets, what's going to be off-ramp is going to be interesting to watch out for, because the sentiment overall seems to be negative, and not necessarily just because of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what comes out of my conversation with the markets expert, Mr. Ajay Bagga. Thank you so much, Mr. Bagga, for joining us. So with that, we slip into a short break, but our non-stop coverage of the war in the Middle East continues on the other side of a short break. Be right back.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मी
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाह मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on West Asia war, terms it as abnormal situation. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Iran missile strike hits Bahrain's largest oil refinery, marking yet another Iranian strike targeting region's oil industry. Trump says he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader, describes Khamenei's son's Mojtaba lightweight. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow will do everything to make a US-Israel operations against Iran impossible. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel IRINS Bushehr a day after US sub-torpedoes hit IRIS Dana. Welcome viewers. Republic's rolling coverage on the war in West Asia continues, and our top focus at this hour, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister has now called the current conflict an existential war, stating that Iran is under attack based on flat and lies. In fact, he says that the war started over a delusion of a greater Israel. This comes amid escalating tensions between Iran, Israel on one side and in fact, Iran, Israel and US on one side and Iran on the other. Now, both the countries exchanging strikes and accusations, the situation is now escalating, and now we have a statement from the Deputy Foreign Minister saying that Iran is under attack based on lies. It's the delusion of a greater Israel state which essentially started the war in the first place. That's the statement that's coming from Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, who is now accused Israel of carrying out false flag operations. All right, viewers, now we have more statements coming in from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran. He has now accused Israel of carrying out false flag operations, claiming that Mossad is involved in these activities, including in Cyprus. Remember, there are reports that there have been several attacks by Iran on Cyprus, but now the Deputy Foreign Minister refuting those allegations. This comes amid escalating tensions between Iran and Israel, with Iran now alleging that Israel is attempting to expand the conflict.
I think the priority right now is to for Iran to exercise the ultimate resistance against the aggressor. We are under attack, under invasion by Americans and Israelis, and they are trying to impose maximum damage to Iran. As we are speaking, my fellow citizens are under constant attack by carpet bombing, which is happening by Americans and Israelis. Tehran is under constant attack, and we have no option just to resist to the last bullet that we do have and to the last soldier that we do have. This is the very heroic, very nationalistic battle for us, and we have to stop the aggressor of his atrocity of their atrocities in Iran. I think the priority right now is to for Iran to exercise the ultimate resistance against the aggressor. We are under attack, under invasion by Americans and Israelis, and they are trying to impose maximum damage to Iran. As we are speaking, my fellow citizens are under constant attack by carpet bombing, which is happening by Americans and Israelis. Tehran is under constant attack, and we have no option just to resist to the last bullet that we do have and to the last soldier that we do have. This is the very heroic, very nationalistic battle for us, and we have to stop the aggressor of his atrocity of their atrocities in Iran.
And now, movers, in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, the US President Donald Trump has now signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. This comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil, has been blocked by the IRGC amid the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government has assured that there will be no rise in prices for now, insulating the economy from further shocks. More details in this report that talks about how India remains resilient as the world stares at energy crisis. Take a look. Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably. Now, viewers, the US President Donald Trump has urged all the Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. In another warning issued to Iran, Trump asks Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military as well as the police to lay down their arms. Take a look at this report.
Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership, promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. There's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Now, viewers, Rajnath Singh, India's defense minister, has expressed concern over the escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, stating that the situation is complex and might become even more dynamic. He warned that the abnormality now becoming the new normal is worrying, highlighting the potential impact on global energy markets and India's energy security. So we've got a statement from India's defense minister regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, which remains a war zone and no-go zone because IRGC has now claimed complete control over the route. In fact, the defense minister now saying that situation is complex, might even become more dynamic as we continue to see escalations in the war in West Asia. He also warned that the abnormality becoming the new normal is worrying, highlighting the potential impact on global energy markets as well as India's energy security. He mentions that the Strait of Hormuz is essential for global energy security, and as it currently stands blocked, it is a worrying situation. Let's take a listen as to what Defense Minister has said on this.
आज ग्लोबल लेवल पर हमेशा कुछ नया हो रहा है, एक परिवर्तन चल रहा है। पुराने विचार, पुराने ग्लोबल ऑर्डर, पुरानी बिलीफ्स तेजी से बदल रही हैं और यही वह अनसर्टेनिटीज हैं जिन्हें हमें समझना होगा। और अभी चल रही मिडिल ईस्ट की स्थिति इसका मैं मानता हूं कि एक ज्वलंत उदाहरण है। आज जो वहां हो रहा है वह बहुत ही असामान्य है। आगे चलकर मिडिल ईस्ट में या हमारे पड़ोस में परिस्थितियां किस दिशा में जाएंगी, इस पर अभी कोई कॉन्क्रीट प्रेडिक्शन करना कठिन है। यदि हम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज या पूरे पर्शियन गल्फ क्षेत्र को देखें तो यह विश्व की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। जब इस क्षेत्र में डिस्टरबेंस या डिसरप्शन होता है तो उसका सीधा असर ऑयल और गैस की सप्लाई पर पड़ता है। यही नहीं, आज हम सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन केवल ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में ही नहीं बल्कि अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी देख रहे हैं। इन अनसर्टेनिटीज का सीधा प्रभाव इकोनॉमी और ग्लोबल ट्रेड पर पड़ता है। साथियों, वर्तमान में सिचुएशन काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई है। एवं ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि आगे जाकर ये और डायनेमिक ही होती जाएगी। और आज जिस तरह अलग अलग देश लैंड पर, एयर में, सी में और अब तो स्पेस तक में एक दूसरे को टक्कर ले रहे हैं, वह वास्तव में यह हम सभी के लिए चिंता का विषय है। यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Now, viewers, with war escalating every hour in West Asia, it started between Israel, US and Iran, and now it has engulfed whole of Middle East. The war is translating into blockades of key economic routes, including the Strait of Hormuz. Global supplies are under attack. Watch this detailed report as Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami explains why is this not just an Iran war. Take a look.
This is a global war already. How is this not a world war already? You have to be absolutely unrealistic to even think or claim that this is a regional war. Ladies and gentlemen, as some commentators in the United Kingdom have been saying, if in place of Iran, this had been Russia that was firing missiles everywhere, you would have called it World War III. Let's get realistic. This is a world war already. 5 visuals that I need to bring you all up to date with. First, Tehran, in what I believe is World War III. A sports complex hit today. Missiles hit the Azadi complex, destroy the sports arena. Visual number 2, F-35 shooting down an Iranian fighter jet. An Israeli F-35 Adir operated by Israel tracking an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet. Ladies and gentlemen, explosion as the jet hits the ground. Visual 3, Israeli interceptors halting an Iranian missile. These are interceptions by the Iron Dome of Israel. Qom in Iran. The satellite images showing strikes on Iranian air defense systems in Qom in Iran. Visual number 5 of an IDF strike on a Hezbollah structure, southern Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, southern Lebanon. And ladies and gentlemen, while these visuals are playing out, we can see that the world is divided into 3 divisions. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the globe is divided into 3 divisions. The first, a group of countries which are in direct conflict with Iran, which is Israel and USA. The second is a group of countries consisting of those nations who are allies of America and the US. Military facilities are being targeted by Iran in these countries. These are the 9 Gulf nations, which are Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Cyprus, Oman, and UAE, followed by now UK, Greece, Azerbaijan, and finally the group of 6 countries indirectly involved in this war, which are France, China, Russia, Germany, and Australia. So if you look at it, this is already very much a global war. So ladies and gentlemen, there are 10 points on why this is already a world war. First, 22 plus countries are directly or indirectly involved in this war already. This number is growing by the hour and the scale of involvement is 2. If you look at indirect impact, this is 30 countries across the world. This is not a regional skirmish, therefore, this is a full-on retaliatory strike at an intensive scale. And the historical point to understand is that both World War I and II started off as what seemed like regional skirmishes, like it was seeming on Saturday, before it blew up into a full-scale war. Ladies and gentlemen, the countries hosting global bases of direct players are bearing the brunt. Global energy infrastructure is today under attack. If you see the map of the Strait of Hormuz, there is a clogging of the Strait of Hormuz in a way that has not been seen before. Therefore, as of this evening, global supply chains are in suspension. Iran has slammed the door on negotiation. There's no mediation in sight. The great powers are splitting into opposing camps. Trump is calling Keir Starmer names.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
This is a clear indication that the world is dividing because of this war. Allies and proxy allies are not solidly aligned. Most importantly, the war has reached the Indian Ocean. We saw what happened off the coast of Sri Lanka. Global stock markets and agencies are predicting sustained fallouts. The Dow has fallen, Goldman Sachs has issued warnings, the OPEC is seen scrambling. Even the body that adjudicates the laws of war says that presently a chain reaction is now underway. These 10 reasons, combined with the scale of involvement of various countries around the world, now reaching almost 30, makes this, in my view, already a world war. How is this, therefore, not a world war? If you're watching this video, the only thing I would say is it's a matter of time before half the world gets involved. After that, it's anyone's guess how this goes.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة صرتنا طاح المرتفع
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
All right, welcome back, friends. We are being joined in this broadcast by Israel's ambassador to New Delhi, Reuven Azhar. Very good noon, Ambassador Azhar, and thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. My first question to you, the last you came on a broadcast with us was about 3-4 days back. Are you closer to achieving your military objectives in the 5-6 days that have passed since?
Absolutely. We have hit very hard the capability of the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles of about 80%. We have, together with the United States, obliterated a large part of the Iranians' regime military capabilities, but it continues. We still have a way to go, and this operation can take several weeks.
All right. Were you surprised with the manner in which Iran expanded the scope of its missile and drone attacks across the region and not just limiting them to Israel like the last year's 12 days war?
We were assessing that they might want to escalate into a regional kind of war, and they indeed attacked 12 countries with no reason whatsoever, including attacks against civilian targets around the region and in Israel itself. They are aiming at civilian targets very massively.
Right, and you mentioned that many of, almost 80% of your military objectives are achieved. In fact, just a while back, we had statements coming in from the Pentagon that 90% of Iranian missile capacity stands decimated, or rather 90% reduction in Iranian missile attacks. Are we then looking at tapering off of this round of war with Iran?
Well, it's not the same. The fact that we are concentrating on effort, you know, at the beginning we concentrated the effort against the regime's air defenses, then the Air Force, the Navy, and the ballistic missile capability, because that is creating the hardest damage on civilian targets. Now, there are many other targets. There are military targets, and there are targets of this regime that is oppressing the Iranian people. What the United States and Israel want to do is to create a situation in which the Iranian regime that has been oppressing their own people for the last few decades and also terrorizing the region in many ways and creating weapons of mass destruction, that this regime will be weakened, so the Iranian people can embrace the moment and try to bring a change in the regime or a change of the regime, because we don't want to engage ourselves again in a few months or a few years in another military operation. So it is very clear that despite the fact that you know, in negotiations and also through military means, we've been projecting to the regime that will be a hard price for them if they continue their policy. They have continued their policy. And therefore now the military operation is much harsher, it will take more time, and it's intended to change the reality in our region.
Oh, that's a significant statement coming in from you, Ambassador Azhar. What you're suggesting is that, if anything, this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair, that you are striking deep and hard. You have upped the game in terms of attacks, because the ultimate objective is to make sure that the present regime does not stay there.
Absolutely. There are two phases here. The first concentration of Israel is to neutralize the existential threats against our country. As you remember very well, Abhishek, the Iranian regime has stated time and again that it wants to annihilate us, that wants to exterminate the state of Israel, that even had a placard in one of the places in Tehran that was counting the time of Israel's existence back. And they had 2 or even 3 programs to implement that: the military nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, and the support for the terror proxies. This was a regime that was actually taking over 4 Arab countries, and thanks to the efforts of Israel in the last 2 years, we have debilitated the regime, but not enough to the extent that it will neutralize the existential threats. They were on a pace to create immunity for these programs by burying them so deep into the ground that even the American forces won't be able to obliterate them. So now we acted before it's too late. And by doing that, we are not only defending ourselves, but we are defending the entire region.
Okay, just a couple of tough questions, Ambassador, if you could take them. First up, the IAEA says in the latest report that they do not believe that Iran was any closer to getting a nuclear bomb. How would the United States and Israel together respond to that?
Well, as I said earlier, people have to pay attention. We are not claiming that the Iranians right now were weeks from producing a nuclear weapon. What we are saying is that the Iranians have embarked in a program to move all the capabilities into locations deep underground that would allow them a process of reconstituting all these weapons of mass destruction without any possibility for us or the Americans to intervene. And that's why we had to take action now. Okay, so what we did is not actually in contradiction to what the IAEA is claiming.
All right. My second question is, Ambassador Azhar, if regime change is the objective or was the objective, then we are not seeing that happening on the ground in terms of really people coming out and hitting the streets, taking down the present government and its symbols. So we are not seeing any kind of a counter-revolution or protest happening. And it's not just about us. For example, CNN, the American news station, they have sent a team, and their reports suggest that on the ground it seems everyone is just going around or going on with their life, and that there is no suggestion of any counter revolution to the effect that people are going to come out and take the regime off.
Well, first of all, now we are in the midst of a military operation to obliterate military targets, and it's only natural that people will stay put in their homes because nobody wants to put himself in harm's way, and this is not our intention. The question is what is going to happen after we finish the phase of intensive military action. Whether at that point there will be some change coming from the Iranian people. We don't know that. We hope it will happen. We do not intend to invade Iran to make it happen ourselves. We are just giving an opportunity for the Iranian people to embrace this moment and get rid of this oppressive regime that has been killing them in the tens of thousands only a few weeks back. So I think it is in the interest of the regime right now to signal that everything is as usual. Things are not as usual in Iran, believe me, even if you hear it at CNN. It's not the case. I think people are waiting to see what are going to be the results of our operation, and then they are going to make a decision whether they want to engage again against this murderous regime, because, you know, it's not easy to do. When millions of people came out of the streets only a few weeks back, these oppressors didn't blink even, and they killed tens of thousands of them at blank point. So it's not easy to make a revolution or to come with demands to people that are murderers, okay? It's very difficult, I don't envy the Iranian people. I think that they're in a very difficult moment in their history. But now, the United States and Israel are giving them a chance for change. And I hope they embrace it.
Yeah. And the last time, Ambassador, the war went on for 12 days. It's actually called the 12 Days War. It's been 7 days exactly now. How long you think that these operations might go on so that both your military objectives and the regime change objectives are achieved?
President Trump has said that this can take a few weeks. There are still many things we haven't done that we are planning to do. Of course, we are not going to elaborate on this publicly, but we hope that after we finish doing all this set of action that we are taking, as I said before, the reality on the ground will change, and the balance of power between this oppressing regime and the people will change for the better of the latter.
My last question to you, Ambassador Azhar. Given the widening of the conflict that happened on the Iranian side or from the Iranian side, you believe that Israel is much stronger now by way of its diplomatic engagements in the wider Middle East region?
Absolutely, and we are feeling that. We are feeling that every day because countries in the region are engaging with us. Some of them are engaging with us openly, some of them are doing it secretly, but everybody understands what is at stake here, especially after the Iranians have gotten into this kind of hysterical mode and started shooting at everybody, okay? So this is something that I think a lot of people understand now, how dangerous this regime is and how difficult it is to live in a situation in which such a radical, theocratic and fanatical regime with weapons of mass destruction, how to live under the shadow of such a situation. For many countries, it was a situation that is really unacceptable, but they didn't have much to do against it. Now, I think everybody is hopeful that once these military capabilities are removed, they will be much safer. And that's thanks to the action of the United States and the actions of Israel that in the last 2 years has been pretty effective in bringing down one by one Iranian proxies. So we didn't finish the job yet. I think that there is much in front of us, but we have the resolve because Israelis don't want to live in fear. We want to live free in our country, and we're going to defend ourselves from the menace of this terrible force, the Iranian regime.
Well, Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. You know, no war is good, but hopefully if the objectives as intended are achieved, we can look forward to, and the world should look forward to, the possibility of Abraham Accords 2.0 and peace finally prevailing, prosperity coming back to the troubled region of West Asia, as we call it here, or the Middle East for the rest of the world. Thank you so much, Ambassador Azhar, for joining us in this broadcast.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abhishek.
All right, viewers, that was Israel's ambassador speaking to Republic and giving us all the details about the developments in West Asia, saying that it was Iran's action to move nuclear material inside the ground, which essentially triggered a US and Israeli operation. And now we're getting some more breaking news. Aramco here has responded to Republic in an official statement to Republic on oil procurement from the Strait of Hormuz. The Saudi Arabian oil giant said that Aramco has adjusted crude cargo operations to prioritize safety, service continuity and to ensure that there is reliability. It has redirected allocated volumes on a temporary basis to Yanbu as an option for customers unable to enter the Arabian Gulf. It also says we remain fully committed to supporting and serving customers and are continuously addressing conditions with the aim of resuming standard procedures. Now, viewers, this comes as Aramco was hit several times by Iran in the past 7 days as the conflict in West Asia is still underway. Those are the visuals of attacks carried out by Iran on Aramco refinery, and now exclusively Aramco has given a statement to Republic saying that they have adjusted their crude operations to ensure that there is continuity there and there's also reliability in their operations. In fact, on your screen, you can also see where the Aramco is located in Saudi Arabia. It's the world's largest oil producer. It produces about 10 million barrels of oil per day. And this was the refinery which was hit in an attack by Iran. And now what we're looking at is a statement given by Aramco, in fact, to Republic, saying that they have adjusted their crude cargo operations to ensure that there is continuity in their procedures. Now, there have been disruptions to spike oil prices. We are looking at energy infrastructure being hit all across the Gulf nations. Strait of Hormuz also remain blocked, and this is what we're looking at. All right, my colleague Hina now joins me with more details. We'll try and connect with my colleague Hina there. But viewers, that's the statement that is coming from Aramco refinery located in Saudi Arabia. It has come under repeated attacks by Iran. It's one of the world's largest oil refinery. It produces about 10 million barrels of oil per day. And now what the statement says is that due to repeated attacks, they have adjusted their crude cargo operations. They are still assessing the conditions on the ground with the aim to resume their standard procedures. That's the statement that is coming from one of the big refiners in the region. That's Aramco in Saudi. It has come under repeated attacks, viewers. It now says it's adjusting its operations to prioritize safety, service, to ensure that there is reliability. And in this, they have redirected their allocated volumes on temporary basis to Yanbu, so that there's an option for customers unable to enter the Arabian Gulf. Those are the visuals, viewers, of attacks carried out on the refinery. Now, my colleague Hina is back with us. Hina, the latest statement from Aramco says that they have adjusted their crude cargo operations to ensure that there is continuity in their services. Give us more details about their latest statement.
Absolutely, Shita. So we reached out to Aramco, which is a substantial oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. And Aramco has come out with a statement saying that because of the chaos that is transpiring in the Strait of Hormuz, it is giving an alternative route to its customers through Yanbu port in Saudi Arabia that goes into the Red Sea and passes through the Yemen. And that is a move that has been made by Aramco because of the safety and security of its customer, because of the chaos that is there in the Strait of Hormuz. Ishita.
Right, and thank you so much for joining us and giving us all those details about the latest statement that is coming from Aramco after the attacks were carried out by Iran on its refinery. Thank you so much. And now, viewers, in fact, we've got another breaking news coming to light from West Asia. Let's take a look at these developments. In fact, what we're looking at is from another development from the region. Protests have now erupted against Pakistan in Kabul. This is what we're looking at. We'll get you some visuals as well of these protests escalating in Afghanistan. These are targeted at Islamabad. This comes as the clashes between the two countries have now entered its 8th day. Afghanistan has recently carried out an operation against the General Command Center of Pakistan Frontier Corps in Kuchlak, Balochistan. Afghanistan here claims that about 12 Pakistani checkpoints and military posts have been destroyed in these operations, and this took place in the last 24 hours. In fact, Afghanistan also goes on to claim that about 41 Pakistani soldiers have been killed, 53 have been injured in the latest strikes. They were carried out by Afghan Air Force, and 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps carried out these strikes against Pakistan military in Torkham. So what we're looking at is an escalation between the two neighbors, Afghanistan and Pakistan. The clash is now entering its 8th day, and Afghanistan here claiming big gains. They say that about 12 Pakistani posts have been destroyed, over 40 casualties have occurred, and about 53 remain injured. Those are the latest claims. All right, Ashmat now joins us live from Kabul regarding the situation on the ground. Ashmat, what's the situation on the ground? Afghanistan here has made big claims, and we're looking at protests also escalating on the ground. Ashmat, can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you please unmute yourself? All right, we'll try and connect with Ashmat, who's coming live from Kabul. All right, my colleague Shravan now joins me on this with more details. Shravan, it seems that there is an escalation now reported between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's day 8, and we're looking at protests also escalating inside Kabul, and of course strikes continuing along the border.
Well, in fact, Ishita, we are the only network to have a presence currently in Kabul to get a sense of what's really happening. While all the other networks haven't really focused on what essentially is happening in the borders of Afghanistan and Pakistan right now, the latest details coming in that the Af-Pak conflict has entered the 8th day. And there is a massive escalation coming in from the Afghanistan side, with the Ministry of Defense now confirming that Air Force of the Afghanistan Armed Forces carried out these airstrikes this morning. In fact, according to the claims that have been made by the Ministry of Defense in Kabul, they're saying that several of the military outposts in Pakistan have essentially been destroyed. At least 12, a little over 12, I'm given to understand, have been destroyed so far. And it is not just limited in one particular area in Balochistan, but now it turns out that in Torkham too, the 201st Afghan Army's Corps has carried out the latest attacks in Torkham. That happens to be another disputed area, given the fact that the Afghanistan army, it seems that despite multiple claims that have been made, or despite multiple appeals that have been made to the Taliban regime to go in for a ceasefire, it seems that unless there is a direct assurance coming in from Islamabad, it is unlikely that the Afghanistan army at this point in time would relent, because this is the 8th day. There have been massive casualties that have been inflicted upon the Pakistani army. There is absolutely radio silence really from the Pakistani army in terms of what's really happening on the ground. We'll try and also take you through some of the images that have been accessed, and we'll see if Hashmat can join us and give us a sense of the kind of protests that are taking place. There is palpable anger on the streets of Kabul right now against the Pakistani army. The reason being is that they say that the Pakistani army has basically carried out indiscriminate firing and bombings that have actually taken place in the last few days. They've targeted elderly, women and children. These are civilian areas that have been targeted in Afghanistan, and that is the reason why they are saying that this is a retaliation from their part. And unless Pakistan basically stops targeting civilian areas, Afghanistan armed forces isn't really going to stop, and their operation is going to go even further deep inside Pakistan. So it is no longer being restricted to the border areas, but more importantly, it goes right inside Pakistan. Earlier, remember, just about 3 to 4 days ago, Noor Khan Air Base, the same air base that was targeted by India, has also now been targeted by Afghanistan. Now that's a message that Afghanistan is saying, that this conflict is no longer going to be limited to the border areas, but strategic assets of the Pakistani armed forces will also be targeted right inside.
Right, Shravan, and also, the last time both the countries were involved in conflict and the ceasefire was mediated, it was by the participation of the Gulf states. But this time, Gulf states already embroiled in another conflict with Iran. It doesn't seem that there is any ceasefire in sight.
Well, Ishita, we'll just quickly try and play out those videos that have been accessed, because it will give you a sense of what's really happening. We'll try and go full frame right now with these latest images, because these are videos that no other news network has at this point in time. These are first-hand information that we're gathering from Kabul. As we speak, the protests, the number of protesters on the ground is only swelling up right now. Let's play out those videos full frame. Well, in fact, what you see right now, as we speak, protests that are taking place in Kabul, sloganeering against the Pakistani army. In fact, young Afghans, they're out on the streets. This happens to be one of the mazar where the protests are basically taking place. And from the inputs that we have basically received from our local resource in Kabul, there is an indication that the Taliban regime has basically backed these protests that are taking place against the Pakistani armed forces. What they're basically demanding is that Pakistan army basically backs off, and more importantly, that they shouldn't be targeting any civilian areas, because Afghanistan too has lost several innocent lives in the indiscriminate firing, bombing that has been carried out by the Pakistani Air Force. In fact, it turns out that in the last few days, as part of an operation that has been launched by the Pakistani army, airstrikes have actually taken place in Kabul, to which, remember, you've had Sirajuddin Haqqani, one of their top Taliban leaders, now threatening Islamabad that if this actually continues, this is no longer going to be limited to the border areas, but they are going to strike military assets of the Pakistani armed forces right inside. Now that's the direct threat, direct warning that has been given by the Taliban regime.
Right, Shravan. So, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen showing you the protests which are now escalating in Afghanistan. These are visuals coming to light from Kabul. This, as the anger against Pakistan is now spilling onto streets. They are protesting against the attacks carried out on civilians, women and children here have been targeted by Pakistan. And the rising anger is now visible onto the streets of Kabul. We're looking at protests escalating. A large number of people here have gathered in the capital city of Afghanistan to protest against Pakistan's attacks, continued attacks which are coming in on civilians, specifically women and children. You can see, viewers, on your screen how these protests are now escalating. A large number of people, in fact, gathering at this site in Kabul.
Well, Ishita, just hold on. Let me just bring in our colleague Hashmat. Hashmat, what is the situation like on the ground? What is it that the protesters are now demanding?
Good afternoon to all. As you know, that particular days, Pakistani army has targeted civilian pupils and civilians and children lines and posts, Kular and Nagahar. Because of this, today, Friday, thousands of Kabul Afghans and people are get together to protest against the Pakistan army regime. They speak about Pakistan regime and they condemn all Pakistani armies that they targeted civilian women. I'm in the Kabul city now and reporting for Republic. You know that thousands of people are gathering today, and this in security proposal. All the people from the different side of Kabul, they come together and they stayed against the Pakistan. And they that's that time that last night and during lines, the Afghan Taliban army has killed dozens of Pakistani armies and they destroyed many checkposts of Pakistani army and post Pakistan and Nagahar.
Hashmat, also with regards to the Defense Ministry, this morning, the Defense Ministry in Afghanistan said that they have carried out multiple strikes. Take us through the details of the operation that was carried out by the Afghanistan Armed Forces.
Yes, sir. as I have spoke with Emoji spokesperson in Atlanta, he said for the Republic that last night and money situation at the given line, they targeted money bases and checkpoints of Pakistani army, and they decide and find get required money checkpoints and base army in next to the land at Host, Nangahar and many places Afghanistan. We have some videos, and I will try to share it with you next hours that they describe many checkpoints. They get many weapons and equipment from Pakistan side.
Hashmat, in terms of the casualties that has been inflicted on the Pakistani army, what is it that Taliban has to say? How many Pakistani soldiers have been killed? And has Pakistan carried out any operation inside Afghanistan?
No, they tried last night and before 7 nights, Pakistani army tried to target Kabul and some other places in Afghanistan, but they can't because the defense system of the Afghan army is within Kabul, Negran, and many big cities, and they targeted more than 10 drones of Pakistani army and before the last few days. They tried from planes and drones, but they can't target like armies and bases, but they targeted civilian people at home in the heart and many people. But last night, unfortunately, we didn't have any casualties, but in some places at Union Line, a few Taliban armies have been killed, but we didn't have more casualties. But defense minister said that they killed more than 20 Pakistani armies, and they had hit the body from the places, and they take many equipment and weapons from the Pakistan side. But fortunately, here is opportunity, and I'm reporting from Kabul Isgah Mosque at the main Kabul city. The thousands of Afghan people are they got together and they said about Pakistan, and they said the Pakistan army is connected with America. They trying to target Afghan civilian people, but they say that they are against Pakistan army and will be and after last week's support, you can say about Pakistan.
Hashmat, I'll just request you to, perhaps continue, reporting from the place. Tell us, where is this protest taking place in Kabul? How many people are there right now? Which are the groups that are now protesting against the Pakistani army?
Yes, sir. As you know, this is the Isgah Mosque. This is Kabul main city, and the because that they have come together, you say more than 10,000 people, and they come from the many sides. As you said in the video, a small Afghan child says about Greenland, that they think Greenland is not Greenland, and after the attack plays just belongs to Afghanistan, and we condemn the Pakistani army last operation on civilian people. Please say that you put all of the Pakistan! Pakistan! Alhamdulillah,
Well, in fact, we are the only Indian News Network live from Kabul and Sharinau, where these protests are taking place. As you can see from these images, which is quite clear, as more protesters come out on the streets, the numbers are only swelling in. And right now also Taliban leaders a short while back were also addressing those protesters there. One single demand has been about the action of the Pakistani army. In fact, our reporter on the ground, Hashmat, is saying that despite the attacks that have been carried out by the Pakistanis, several of their strikes have been repelled by the air defense system. There, let me try and see if I can go back to Hashmat. Hashmat, what is it that the soldiers there are saying? Because it seems the Taliban leaders have also been addressing. Have any Taliban leaders said anything so far?
Yes, sir. Now one of them are speaking. One of them.
Few of the Taliban leaders were speaking a short while back. What is it that they were saying?
They said against Pakistan. They said Pakistan against Pakistan attack. They said defense outside. I speak with many leaders, and they will be. I will share the video. They say about Pakistan, and they condemn the Pakistani lack of action. They said the Pakistani army they can't fight against Afghanistan defense army. Because of this, they are trying to target civilians. So, see the picture there by Afghan Taliban army that they say that at the last they can defend their side, they can defend Afghanistan, and they can fight against the Pakistan. And they are this is the time that they want the go against the Pakistan army, they fight against them. Now there's some of I can speak one of them about I can speak one of them. I can share with the Pakistan army. وتظاهرات اليوم بخصوص كذا بالله لما نرجع نرجع في السجن اللي سنه فرق आया करा तो कुछ लोगों ने करा तो तजर्बा इसे जब इसको बचाएं
Afghanistan hammers Pakistan ऊपर top jacket में लिख Afghanistan hammers Pakistan in the top jacket में. We'll try and see if we can just quickly go back to Hashmat, as in fact these are in-depth reporting that is being done by my colleague Hashmat from Kabul, as he's also speaking to those protesters there. Hashmat, am I audible to you? I think so. You were trying to speak to someone. What is it that they are saying? What is it? Help us to translate.
Yeah, I will translate. He's speaking against Pakistan, whatever his choice. The Pakistan regime that is the Afghanistan. Donar, Waraunak, Ingiri, Wanan, Nisara, Audamara, Nahar, Tatiri, Nung, Sayam, Takita Valario, Samir al Mu'minin, Amaruki, Mumbai Shala, Pudular Kilkaki, Bahadar Valario, Salah Takbir. Okay, if Taliban leader Anil Ambani Reliance, if he let us, we will be go with our army and we will defend our side. And he said, male, female, child, and all of Afghans, they are ready to stand against Pakistan. And they defend our soil and they defend their country.
Well, it's quite clear from the reporting that is being done by my colleague Hashmat that there is massive sloganeering against
one thing more. When the Afghan people know that an Indian TV and Indian media, they supported Afghan civilians, they thanks from the Indians and the public TV that almost they release that they support the Afghan civilians against Pakistan army. That's the thanks from the India people and now in this time dozens and hundreds of Afghans, they are coming from the both sides and they're taking pictures with Afghans, with Taliban army, defense army, and they take some photos with them.
Well, Ashmat, it seems that there is a clear support that the Taliban regime is now getting from people in Kabul. Just help us also understand, in terms of the anger against the Pakistani army, what is it that those who are out on the streets, what is it that they are saying? Because many would have been in Pakistan, in the past. So why this sudden anger against the Pakistani army?
One person, Afghan person that I met him, he wanted to say some things that he prepared today's demonstration, today's protest against Pakistan. He will speak a few minutes.
السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. سلام به تمام ملت افغانستان در هر گوشه و در هر مکان دنیا که هستند. اسمی که شما میدانید رژیم دست نشانده و فروخته شده پاکستان بالای خاک ما و شما در افغانستان حملات را انجام داده که از طرف مردم شهر کابل محکوم است و ما ملت شهر کابل طی گرد همایی که داشتیم این مظاهره و این تظاهرات ما بر مبنای محکومیت رژیم پاکستان و عملات هوایی را که در خاک ما کرده در این ارتباط است و همچنان حمایت از نیروهای امنیتی و مسئولین ما که در مرز عملا با رژیم پاکستان درگیر جنگ است.
چقدر افراد امروز تظاهرات اشتراک داشتن و دوم که ما میریم به تلویزیون ریپابلیک که مربوط به نیوجلی میتونن به گونه زنده تمام شما رو میبینن. پاستان از جامعه بین الملل از ملل متحد است. I ask about the UN and support and also I ask about today protest that how many people are here today.
خواست ما از جامعه جهانی این است که جلوی حملات وحشیانه رژیم مزدور پاکستان را بگیرد. شما در جریان هستین که حملات کورکورانه رژیم پاکستان باعث شده که تعدادی از اطفال ما، جوانان و مردم بیگناه به شهادت برسند. هر چی عاجزتر از سازمان بین الملل و کشورهای اسلامی خواهشمند هستیم که جلوی حملات وحشیانه رژیم پاکستان را بگیرند. در صورتی که رژیم پاکستان به تداوم جنگ علاقه‌مند است، خط مقدم جبهه در اختیارشان است، رو با ما بیان بجنگن، ما در خدمتشان هستیم.
تشکر. I speak with him. He said that he's the person that he prepared today protest in Kabul. Afghan defense ministry or they request from the people, they will be stand with their army and they support the Afghan Taliban armies and Afghan defense armies, and they said that we want peace. We didn't want like war. But if Pakistani regime, army regime, they try to target civilians and they fight against Afghanistan, we will be stand inside of our Afghan army and we will defend our soil. And they said about that the Afghan army killed more than 200 Pakistani army and police in a few days, and they destroyed dozens of checkposts and bases at the Duran line. All the people that today I met them and I speak with them for Republic, they said that we didn't recognize Duran line. Every person that he is Afghan and he want Afghanistan, unit Afghanistan, we didn't recognize Afghanistan, and they suggest from Afghan Taliban army that please we will be stand with you, but we will be stand after that we get up to attack place, and because of this that's Afghanistan soil. I have shared some videos with you live that the people are together and they said about Pakistan.
Hashmat, it's quite clear from what they are saying, at least what we have been able to understand a little, is that the anger is against the Pakistani army because of the kind of operation that they have carried out. But is the Taliban willing to have any dialogue right now with Islamabad? Is the Taliban willing to go in for a ceasefire with Pakistan?
Kabul city and Kabul district, and they said again the Pakistan, they condemned the Pakistani last attack on the people. They said that in the pictures and videos, you said a Talib army that he have Afghanistan Islamic Emirate flag on his body, and he's just secure, have some security for the people. And all of the Afghans that they are here today, they support Afghan armies, and they said that we can stand against the Pakistan, we can stand against the Pakistan army. We will be at that time between when Pakistan if want peace, but if they want war, will be against the Pakistan. Here's a hundred years of the people that they are saying about the Pakistan. I can speak with one of them. Yeah, they are saying about the Pakistan armies, and they say about the Pakistani armies, the Pakistani army regime. I can speak. I can speak with one of them. One of them want to speak and they about today protest.
الله وبرکاته. امروز مردم شجاع ولایت کابل و نمایندگی از نماینده های شهر کابل الحمدلله به خاطر حمایت از نیروهای امنیتی خود مجاهدین شجاع امارت اسلامی و حمایت از مردم شریف افغانستان تا که در برابر ظلم و وحشت بربریت فوج پلید پاکستان که در آینده متوجه از این باشه که این خاکی نیست که تو بالای از این خاک تجاوز میکنی، این خاک بمباران میکنی، مردم غریب میکشی. انشاءالله الرحمن مردم افغانستان با یک صدا با مشت آهنی بدانت میکوبه. آینده طرف افغانستان سعی کنی چشمت میکشه.
تلویزیون ریپابلیک تیوی تیوی نشریات در تلویزیون ایدی است. چون هندوستان در همه موارد همیشه از افغانها به حمایت کرده و در پشت افغانها بوده. گفتنی از طریق تلویزیون ریپابلیک تیوی و مردم هندچی است و اینکه همیشه از افغانها حمایت کرده، حمایت مردمی کرده. خاص بچی است. کسی که با مردم افغانستان همکاری داشته یا همکاری میکنه از نیروهای امارت اسلامی، از حکومت افغانستان، ما از اونا قبلا از قلب از صمیم قلب تشکری میکنیم. از خود مردم افغانستان که در پالوی نیروهای امنیتی خود استاد هستند، از حکومت خود، از نظام خود، از دولت خود حمایت میکنند در مقابل تجاوزگر. هر کسی که به این خاک تجاوز کنه انشاءالله با تمام ملت افغانستان در مقابل از او ایستاد است، با شجاعت جوابش میده. کسی که از ما حمایت میکنه از اونا تشکری میکنیم. هر کسی که باشه ما میخواهیم که با کشورهای همسایه خود داشته باشیم. مگر کسی که با ما توهین کنه، ما را دست کم بگیره، افغانا را تهدید کنه، بالای افغانا تجاوز کنه، انشالله الرحمن که همونطور که قبلا نیروهای امنیتی مجاهدین امارت اسلامی جواب دندان شکن برشان داد. اگر امی لحظه امارت اسلامی بالای ملت صدا کنه، این مظاهره را که میبینی از طریق خود مردم است. دولت نمیخواست که مظاهره شود، مگر مردم خدا کنترل کرده نتونست. در مقابل تجاوز پاکستان کل ما ایستاد هستیم با یک صدا، با یک الله اکبر. انشالله الرحمن که پنجابی مرتد فوج پلیت پاکستان با یک صدا تمام مردم افغانستان میبراید جواب دندان شکن برش میده. Site, there is the thousands of Afghan people with the armies. They collect from the money place of Afghanistan. One thing, sir, I'm reporting live for Republic, and he said about Afghanistan-India relation. He said India always support Afghan civilians, and thanks for Republic that they have reported from Afghanistan live and see, and they are releasing this report that the all countries knows that Afghanistan people didn't want war. ये लोग झगड़ा नहीं चाहते, and they said that we want peace with every country. But he said, included Pakistan, if any country want to decide and occupy Afghanistan soil, we will be against them. And now I'm going out. I'm going out from this side, and there is the 1,000 people that they're. Listen, and now they said that they will be a target. They will be with the other people. I am coming out because in the stadium there is no places, and I camp in the road in this place also. The thousands of Afghan people that they camp out and they said about Pakistan, and they said when Pakistan in any country want to occupy Afghanistan, and they will be against them. You are saying live videos from the Kabul city. I come out from this side, and there is the thousands of the people Afghans that they have included from the many of Kabul, including Afghanistani artists, and they about Pakistan.
Hashmat, what is the expectation that people have from India at this stage? And has the Taliban said anything about the expectation that they have from India in terms of support? What kind of a support are they expecting?
The money was coming from the different sides of Afghanistan and Kabul, and they. Yeah. You sit in the structures, this people, that they have Afghanistan Islamic Emirat flags, and they, yeah. This is the Afghan Taliban army that they are for the security of this place, because here is the thousands of people, and here is the people support them all. You can say this person, he is also Taliban army commander, and this is for security of the civilians in this protest. Pakistan.
Well,
This is the people that they say. And one thing I have to repeat it, that last night Afghan army has targeted many checkposts and army bases and Duran line, and they killed the dozens of Pakistani army. I spoke with Inatullah Khwarizmi, he is the spokesperson for Afghanistan MOD, and he speak with Republic. He said that we are against and we have this power to fight against the Pakistani army, and because of this, that all the people, they support Afghan Taliban's armies. Taliban!
Well, Hashmat, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and getting us those live pictures from Kabul. Quite significant because only Indian News Network reporting live from Kabul. This is in Shahrinau, where we are given to understand these massive protests are taking place. We'll come back to you as we continue our live coverage from Afghanistan. So not just in Middle East, it now seems that the situation has only worsened along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, with Afghanistan army upping the ante.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big breaking news coming at this point in time. Protests against Pakistan in Kabul continues. Clashes enter 8th day. Afghanistan says that operation being carried out against General Command Center of Pakistan Frontier Corps in Kuchlak in Balochistan. Afghanistan also claims that 12, in fact, Pakistani checkpoints and military posts have been destroyed in last 24 hours. It claims that 41 Pakistani soldiers are killed and 53 are injured in the strikes that were carried out by Afghan Air Force. 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps carried out strikes against Pakistan military in Torkham. So this is the latest that we are getting. The Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes entering 8th day. Joining me is Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General, these are the pictures coming out of Pakistan where protesters in Kabul are raising their voices against Pakistan. Now, my question to you is, Major General, we have seen how Pakistan have tried to drag India into this war, saying that India is the one who is trying to stoke tensions along the borders. Your response to that? All right, we'll try to connect with him once again, but this is a big piece of news coming in where Afghanistan is now, people in Afghanistan are now protesting against Pakistan's relentless strikes taking place along critical areas in Kabul, in Kandahar, multiple strikes, air strikes being carried out in from Pakistan in Afghanistan territory, killing the civilians, innocent civilians, though it claims that it is trying to destroy the TTP infrastructure, but the visuals and the stories that come out of ground say and prove that these are the innocent civilians who are being killed by Pakistan. You can see the visuals on your screen of the protests that are going on in Kabul. We have an exclusive coverage here on Republic TV where we are getting you these exclusive pictures from Kabul where people are raising their voice against the state sponsor of terrorism, Pakistan. Afghanistan has in fact killed 41 Pakistani soldiers and have captured multiple military posts as the tensions between both the countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan, enters 8th day. Now remember, this started before the war that started in West Asia. So these are the visuals. Now we already have tensions in the West Asian region, and now this as well. If the West Asia tensions increase, expand, it can wreak havoc in the region. But these are the latest that we're getting from Kabul, exclusive visuals from Kabul. We have our reporter on ground as well covering this for us, getting us all of these latest visuals coming out of Kabul where people are now raising their voice against Pakistan, also showing global community how reckless is Pakistan behaving in this volatile situation where there is already a war going on in West Asia. Now, of course, Pakistan continues to claim that it is carrying out attacks against TTP militants, but Taliban denies all sorts of claims like these, saying that they had past ties, but they do not give any sort of shelter to TTP as of now. So this is the 8th day of Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes taking place in Kabul. Exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. Afghanistan claims that 12 Pakistani checkpoints were also destroyed. Multiple Pakistani soldiers were killed as well. So these images are coming out after Pakistan mounted attacks on Afghanistan territory, and of course tried to drag India also, blaming India for its own interior security lapses. have our reporter Hashmat on the ground in Kabul covering these protests for us. Hashmat, what are the people saying in these protests? What are they saying about the Pakistani army? We have already seen relentless strikes taking place against Afghanistan.
Yes, good afternoon to all. As you know, that today thousands of Afghans they come together and they protest against the Pakistani. Also, they supported the Afghan Islamic Emirate Defense Army, that they are against the Pakistani army, and they supported them for the last night operation that the Afghan army has done it, and during land and killed dozens of Pakistani army and get their weapons and equipments. Now I'm in Kabul, Eidgah, historical places that thousands of Afghans come together and they supported Afghan Taliban for the last operation against Pakistan.
Hashmat, I can also see some security forces over there. Have you seen any violence taking place as of now? Because of course these Afghan men and women must be absolutely furious. Were there any violence that took place during these protests? All right, so these are the latest...
Yes, madam. As I reported, but now the process is going...
Yes, continue. Hashmat, continue, please. All right, so these are the latest visuals that we are getting you. Hashmat, there are reporter on ground covering these protests for us. Of course, people are outraged against Pakistan, questioning why these relentless strikes are killing innocent men and women in Afghanistan. Afghanistan raising voice. We have seen the situation along the border, absolutely volatile. Already a war going on in West Asia, and this front also seems to be opening up. Relentless airstrikes by Pakistan on Afghanistan, innocent Afghan civilians. We have already seen a statement coming out by Pakistan Defense Minister Khwaja Asif dragging India in this entire situation that is its own creation, because Pakistan is unable to tackle its own security lapses in Balochistan. Of course, unable to take out the TTP militancy in the region, in its own country, and then coming out and blaming India, blaming Afghanistan, blaming Iran for the chaos that is brewing on its own soil, in fact. So these are the latest two visuals that we're getting you from Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, where people are absolutely furious on the way that Pakistan is behaving recklessly, striking various areas in Afghanistan and targeting innocent civilians. This is the 8th day of the tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now, Pakistan minister also says that about 352 Afghan Taliban personnel and its allied terrorist groups were killed. But the point remains that Afghanistan denies all sorts of claims of its links with TTP. All right, shifting our focus, US President Donald Trump has urged all the Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. In another warning to Iran, Trump asked Iranian Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, the military and the police to lay down their arms. Here is a full report. Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. It's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war. Now, another piece of breaking news coming in is SpiceJet to operate 14 special flights from UAE on 6th of March to bring stranded Indians home. Now, 9 flights from Fujairah in UAE to Mumbai and 4 to Delhi, 1 from Dubai to Pune. In the last 3 days, SpiceJet has operated 25 special flights from the UAE connecting stranded passengers to Delhi, Mumbai and Kochi. So these are the 13 special flights that you're talking about that will be operated by SpiceJet from Mumbai to different destinations in India, repatriating Indian citizens who are stranded in the Middle East region because of the war in West Asia. So 13 special flights will be operated, 12 will be operated from Fujairah in UAE and 1 will be operated from Dubai. All the countries trying to repatriate their citizens to their homelands. An objective is to bring stranded Indians back home as soon as possible. These are the 13 special flights that we're talking about. The airline will operate 7 special flights to Mumbai, 5 to Delhi and 1 from Dubai to Mumbai. Now, Russia is positioning itself as a reliable energy supplier, especially amid the current global energy churn. Now, Putin's envoy Dmitry Peskov suggests that more deals are likely as the world recognizes Russia's importance in the energy market. Now, this comes after the US granted India a 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil despite previous restrictions. So this is a big statement by Putin's envoy Dmitry Peskov saying that more deals are on the way. This comes after US gives a 30-day waiver to India for its purchases of Russian oil. Now, this will of course boost sentiments of the Indian oil exporters here in India and across the globe as well. Russia's first statement after 30-day waiver to India saying that this move by United States is going to have a positive impact on Russia and more deals are on the way. Now, earlier in the morning, we broke the news how United States Treasury Secretary, in fact, gave out a statement giving this 30-day waiver to India for its purchases of Russian oil, saying that all the oil which is in transit right now will be allowed to move and India will be able to continue with its purchases of Russian oil. Now, this comes after a critique by the United States on India's Russian oil purchases and also threatening India for sanctions if India purchases Russian oil. But India's stand continues to remain steadfast. India is diversifying its energy oil supplies and of course no impact on the Indian economy. But this move, 30-day waiver, is also going to give confidence to the Indian oil exporters. It will also have an impact on the stock market. But this is a big news as Putin's envoy has now reacted and saying that more deals to come. This is also a tight slap to Donald Trump because it is only going to give more revenue to the Russian economy, also boosting the war. So all the efforts that Trump was apparently trying to make lay flat. Now, in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, United States President Donald Trump has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. Now, this comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil, has been blocked by IRGC amid the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government has assured that there'll be no rise in prices for now, insulating the Indian economy from any sort of shock. More details in this report.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably.
Now, United States forces aren't holding back on the mission to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Today, an Iranian drone carrier, roughly the size of World War II aircraft carrier, was struck and is now on fire. Take a look. Admiral Brad Cooper, who heads United States Central Command, says over 30 Iranian ships have been sunk since the start of the war with Iran. And the latest, US forces sink an Iranian drone carrier. US claims the carrier was roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier ship.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, US B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
This, as United States says, it will not rest till the entire Iranian navy is destroyed.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
Taking a short break. Coming up, Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes enter 8th day. Afghans hold massive anti-Pakistan protests in Kabul.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, today is day 7 of Israel-Iran war, and Trump says he will be involved in the leadership decisions in Iran. We'll get you all the details, but first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Republic reports live from Kabul amid a massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets a 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Donald Trump says he needs to be involved in selecting Iran's next leader, describes Khamenei's son Mojtaba as a lightweight. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow will do everything to make US-Israeli operation against Iran impossible.
यह एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on a West Asia war says it's an abnormal situation. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel a day after US torpedoes hit IRIS Dana. Vote counting underway in Nepal's high-stakes general election in which a rapper turned politician Balendra Shah's party is now gaining leads in early counting. Coordinated ED raids against Anil Ambani and Reliance Power Limited underway across 10 to 15 locations. All right, viewers, the top focus at this hour. Republic has now accessed exclusive visuals of the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship IRIS Dana on March 4th, about just 19 nautical miles off Galley. Now, 32 survivors were brought ashore following the attack, and those are the visuals on your screen of the rescue operation undertaken by the Sri Lankan Navy as they tried to rescue about 32 sailors who survived this attack on the Iran's warship by a US torpedo. Now, viewers, these are exclusive visuals coming first on a Republic of the rescue operations undertaken by the Sri Lankan Navy. Now, this attack took place on March 4th. This is where a US torpedo attacked an Iranian warship just about 40 kilometers from Sri Lankan coast. And this is the rescue op, which was in fact taken after a distress call was made by the Iranian warship. What you're looking at is essentially 32 sailors are being rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy right after they responded to the distress call made by the Iran's warship about 40 kilometers off its coast. Now, viewers, the attack took place in international waters, and there was a distress call which was made by the Iran's warship following the attack by a US torpedo, which in fact is the first to take place since the Second World War. And then Sri Lankan Navy here is responded to the distress call made by the Iranian warship. They undertook the rescue ops. About 32 sailors who survived the attack were rescued. They were taken to nearby hospitals for treatment, and these are the visuals showing you how they were rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy and then taken for a medical treatment. These are exclusive visuals, viewers. We're showing you about the rescue operation which was in fact undertaken by the Sri Lankan Navy. They rescued about 32 Iranian sailors who survived the attack on the Iranian warship IRIS Dana. This was an attack by a US torpedo. All right, my colleague Gesu now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, we understand that these are the visuals which have been accessed by Republic exclusively showing the rescue operation undertaken by Sri Lankan Navy.
Yeah, Ishita, in fact, you're right. These are the exclusive visuals that only Republic has accessed. In fact, this is from Sri Lanka. Now, remember, this is about the same Iranian IRIS frigate that made an urgent port call yesterday. For about 11 hours, that port call went unanswered. There's also a fight ongoing in the Sri Lankan parliament over the same issue. In fact, 87 soldiers were killed. Just yesterday, the Indian Navy also stepped in the rescue operations. Also, remember, Ishita, this is the same frigate that had actually docked at Visakhapatnam in India for a naval display and was on its way back home through the waters in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lankan coasts, where it was struck by a US submarine that struck it using a torpedo. At least 87 Iranian sailors have been confirmed dead, with over 37 that have been rescued. In fact, today also some rescues were made. These are the exclusive visuals that we have on your screens that Republic has accessed, specifically that comes in from Sri Lanka. Now, remember, the Indian Navy is also upping its rescue efforts in the matter, since we were the ones who hosted them. And on their way back, this was a complete breach of the international law. And this is the visual of the soldiers who have been, the sailors rather, aboard IRIS Dana, who have been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy and the Indian Navy in a collaborated operation. And again, to reiterate, about 11 hours worth of urgent port call that was made by this frigate with the Sri Lankan ports went unanswered. Had that been answered, were they allowed to stay and dock in at the Sri Lankan ports, maybe the catastrophe could have been avoided, but that remains to be resolved. And as of now, there is a huge debate ongoing in the Sri Lankan parliament over the matter. Ishita.
Right, Gesu. So of course, there is a political discussion also taking place about this rescue op which was taken by Sri Lankan Navy. There is internal rift is what we are witnessing. But these visuals on our screen now, this was in response to the distress call which was made by the Iranian warship. But even yesterday, there was an urgent port call which was made by an Iranian warship, which today, in fact, Sri Lanka has responded to and taken control of the second Iranian vessel as well. What details do we know about that, Gesu?
Right, Ishita. In fact, these visuals on your screens that you can see, it is hard to actually fully take over a rescue operation. That too so many hours late from when the catastrophe has actually happened. Now, also remember, for India, these are foreign waters. These waters do not belong to India, but the Indian Navy stepped in as a gesture of India's neutrality amid the ongoing escalations in the West Asian region. And remember, this speaks volumes about India's stand, which remains put through every war that we've seen for the last 4 years, that India is a supporter of dialogue first. And even in the face of military action, India has shown its humanitarian values. The Indian Navy has stepped in for the rescue operations. At least 37 sailors have been rescued. Now, a torpedo hit is the biggest blow that any ship, frigate or submarine can take in the waters. And that is exactly what happened yesterday when a US submarine came and struck the Iranian frigate using a torpedo sliced through the middle of that frigate. Now, frigates are small-sized ships, remember, Ishita, and which is exactly the reason why this blow was so catastrophic for the frigate that was hit, the Iranian frigate, and at least 87 sailors aboard have been killed while the rescue operations are ongoing. These are specific visuals, the exclusive visuals that only Republic has been able to access. We are in the face of every facet of this war. Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu. So India continues to bat for diplomacy and dialogue as the war in West Asia escalates and has now reached the Indian Ocean. Thank you, Gesu, for joining us. And now we are moving on in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves. The US President Donald Trump has now signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. Now, this comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil, has been blocked by Iran amid the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government has now assured that there will be no rise in prices for now, insulating the economy from further shocks. More details in this report. Take a look. Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то, что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably. And now we are shifting focus to what's happening between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now, protests have been reported in the capital city of Afghanistan against Pakistan. The clashes between the two countries have now entered their 8th day. And on the military side, Afghanistan claims operation was carried out against General Command Center of Pakistan Frontier Corps in Kuchlak, Balochistan. Afghanistan here has claimed that about 12 Pakistani checkpoints and military posts have been destroyed in the last 24 hours. In fact, they go on to claim that 41 Pakistani soldiers have been killed, 53 have been injured, and the strikes were carried out by Afghan Air Force's 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps, which carried out the strike against Pakistan military in Torkham. So what we're looking at is strikes being carried out by Afghanistan, not just in the area of Balochistan, but also in Torkham, and anti-Pakistan protests are now erupting in the capital city of Afghanistan. We're getting you some exclusive visuals right from Kabul, viewers. This is where the protests have now escalated against Pakistan and their attacks on civilians. All right, viewers, those are the exclusive visuals that Republic here has accessed from Kabul, in fact, showing you the protests and also the big claims which have been made by the Afghanistan army here, that they've inflicted massive casualties to Pakistan in their latest operation. They say over 40 Pakistani soldiers have lost their lives, 53 are injured, and over 12 posts have been destroyed along the border. Now, these attacks are taking place in Torkham as well as in Balochistan. Those are the latest claims made by Afghanistan as the clashes between the two countries have now entered their 8th day. And those are some exclusive visuals that Republic is now showing you of the protests which are escalating in the capital city of Afghanistan. These are anti-Pakistan protests. Anger right now is growing against Islamabad and now spilling onto streets as well in Kabul. This is where people are, in fact, raising slogans against Pakistan and their attacks on civilians. In fact, we have some ground reports by my colleague Hashmat, who shows us the scale of these protests in Kabul. Let's take a look.
Last night, before 7 nights, Pakistani army tried to target Kabul and some other places in Afghanistan, but they can't because the defense system of the Afghan army is within Kabul, Negran, and many big cities, and they targeted more than 10 drones of Pakistani army, and before the last few days. They tried from planes and drones, but they can't target like armies and bases, but they targeted civilian people at home in the heart and the people. But last night, unfortunately, we didn't have any casualties, but in some places at the line, a few Taliban armies have been killed. The thousands of Afghan people are, they got together and they say about Pakistan, and they say the Pakistan army is connected with America. They trying to target Afghan civilian people, but they say that we are against Pakistan army and and after last week's support, let's say about Pakistan. Attack plays a lot of Afghanistan, and we condemn the Pakistani army last operation on civilian people. They say that you see all of the Mark for Pakistan! Mark for Pakistan!
Viewers, we've got some more developments coming to light regarding the conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now, Afghan Taliban army has exploded a gate in Durand line. This is as clashes escalate between the two countries. Here, Afghanistan claims that they have killed several soldiers of Pakistani army. In fact, the figure stands over 40 according to the claims made by the Afghanistan army. All right, viewers, those are some exclusive visuals that Republic has accessed. Remember, Republic is the only channel which is present on ground in fact, Kabul, showing you the protests. And now these are the attack visuals which are taking place along the Durand line between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The latest attacks being carried out by Taliban. All right, in fact, those are some exclusive visuals coming to light. This as the clashes between the two countries have now entered day 8. Here, Afghanistan claims that they've inflicted some massive casualties to Pakistan. Over 40 soldiers have been killed, over 12 outposts have been destroyed by Afghan army. And this as the conflict between the two countries continues to escalate, entering its day 8. And these are some exclusive visuals on your screen showing you the attacks that are now taking place along the Durand line. Most of these attacks are carried out by the Afghani forces. And those are some exclusive visuals viewers we're showing you right now. All right, viewers, now shifting focus back to developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, U.S. forces are not holding back on their mission to sink the entire Iranian Navy. Today, an Iranian drone carrier, roughly the size of World War II aircraft carrier, was struck and is now on fire. Take a look at this report.
Admiral Brad Cooper, who heads United States Central Command, says over 30 Iranian ships have been sunk since the start of the war with Iran. And the latest, US forces sink an Iranian drone carrier. US claims the carrier was roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier ship.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
This, as United States says, it will not rest till the entire Iranian Navy is destroyed.
And now viewers, in a major bureaucratic reshuffle, President Draupadi Murmu has now appointed new governors and lieutenant governors across several states and union territories. From Telangana and Maharashtra to West Bengal, Bihar and Nagaland, 9 Raj Bhavans will now see new occupants. This comes ahead of assembly elections in multiple states. More details in this report. Take a look.
In a significant bureaucratic reshuffle on Thursday, President Draupadi Murmu approved appointment of new governors and lieutenant governors to multiple states and union territories. In the first major change, Shiv Pratap Shukla, who was serving as governor of Himachal Pradesh, has been appointed as the new governor of Telangana. Shukla replaced Jishnu Dev Verma, who has now been shifted to Maharashtra as the state's new governor. Meanwhile, senior BJP leader and former Bihar minister Nand Kishore Yadav has been appointed as the governor of Nagaland. In another high-profile move, retired army officer Syed Atta Hasnain will take charge as the new governor of Bihar. The reshuffle also impacts Eastern India. R.N. Ravi, who was serving as governor of Tamil Nadu, has now been appointed as the governor of West Bengal, the post that fell vacant after the resignation of C.V. Anand Bose. For now, Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, the governor of Kerala, will discharge the additional responsibilities of Tamil Nadu governor. Kavinder Gupta will now serve as the governor of Himachal Pradesh. Meanwhile, V.K. Saxena will now take charge as lieutenant governor of Ladakh. And in one of the most notable appointments, veteran diplomat Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, who served as the former Indian ambassador to the United States, has been named as new lieutenant governor of Delhi.
And that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much, viewers, for watching. And don't go anywhere. On the other side, we discuss how, in a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from the US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the President's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرجنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and the situation in West Asia is only escalating. Minute by minute, Republic gets you all the live details of what's happening in the war between Israel, US on one side and Iran on the others. But here's your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from the US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on the West Asian war, terms it an abnormal situation. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel a day after US submarine torpedoes IRIS Dena. Vote counting underway in Nepal's high-stakes general election, in which rapper turned politician Balendra Shah's party gained leads in early counting. Coordinated ED raids against Anil Ambani and Reliance Power Limited underway across 10 to 15 different locations. Viewers, now the waters have turned turbulent as the West Asian war continues to climb. Republic has in fact accessed the first visuals of the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship IRIS Dana on the 4th of March, about 20 nautical miles off of Sri Lankan coast. 32 survivors were brought ashore following the attack. Now remember, over 87 sailors aboard the IRS have been confirmed killed. This happened after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian frigate on the 4th of March. In fact, for 11 long hours, an urgent port call before this torpedo attack was being raised by the Iranian frigate towards the Sri Lankan coast, but was met with no response. Republic, in fact, has accessed the first visuals of the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship IRIS Dana that happened on the 4th of March. Now remember, the war has escalated. This frigate, the Iranian frigate, was returning back from India's Visakhapatnam after hosting a display with the Indian Navy. And while their way back home, they were torpedoed by a US submarine in the Indian Ocean off of Sri Lankan coast. And now these are the visuals of the rescue operations that are ongoing in full swing. In fact, the Indian Navy also joined hands in the rescue operations. These are the live visuals that we're getting on your screens. Now, we were shifting focus in a major development and big relief to India. The US Treasury Department has granted India a temporary but 30-day waiver to purchase the Russian oil stuck at sea, aiming to stabilize global energy markets amid the Iran-Israel conflict. Now, remember, at the center of this conflict is energy. It is oil with various, plethora of oil refineries struck and the Strait of Hormuz now completely brought to a standstill by the Iranian aggression. This move also allows Indian refiners to buy Russian crude oil loaded on vessels as of 5th of March until the 4th of April. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated that this stopgap measure will not significantly benefit Russia financially and expects India to increase US oil purchases in the future. Take a look at this report.
Admiral Brad Cooper, who heads United States Central Command, says over 30 Iranian ships have been sunk since the start of the war with Iran. And the latest, US forces sink an Iranian drone carrier. US claims the carrier was roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier ship.
Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, US B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
This, as United States says, it will not rest till the entire Iranian Navy is destroyed.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus and looking at what's happening amid the oil challenges the globe is facing, especially with India. Now, in a major development and a big relief comes to India, the US Department of Treasury has granted India a temporary yet 30-day waiver to now purchase Russian oil that is stuck at sea. And this move will hopefully stabilize the region also. Now, remember, the Indian government also said that there is no need to panic at all and that we have 50 days worth of crude oil reserves with us even to date. And this comes as the Strait of Hormuz has now shut operations. Now remember, legally, the Strait of Hormuz comes under the international maritime law. However, geographically, Iran and Oman are two countries where the strait gets the narrowest, which is just 33 kilometers. And because of this geographical advantage that these countries have, there is heavy patrolling in the waters of Strait of Hormuz from Oman and Iran. In fact, the 30-day waiver for India will now help India choose players outside of Strait of Hormuz for bringing in crude oil. And the topmost priority on this list is Russia, which also in a statement has said that they are willing to fulfill all energy needs of India. In fact, this is a testament to India's global diplomacy at display at a time when the globe is trying to tackle the oil supplies. India already has a partner that's willing to help India out in the dire situation. Now, what does this 30-day waiver mean for India? Now, the economy will be insulated from price shocks. We have seen the markets going haywire because of the oil prices and because of the Strait of Hormuz facing action amid the West Asian war. Now, India's Russian oil purchases were slightly depleted in the past year because of US sanctions on the Russian oil. However, because now the West Asian region is facing tensions, India will once again continue purchasing oil from Russia just as it was before the sanctions were brought in place. In fact, also remember, Russian envoy to India said that they will redirect the vessels that are going out to other countries and fulfill India's needs first. Not just that, they said that immediately they can send India about 9.5 million barrels of crude oil. This also comes as Indian government has said that we have 50 days worth of crude oil in our reserves. Now, this 30-day waiver will also allow refineries to purchase Russian oil, and it will also reduce the risk of refiners in a market that has turned completely volatile. The confidence will also be boosted, over the Indian oil exporters, and this is a positive outlook for Indian economy amid the ongoing war in the West Asian region, as the Strait of Hormuz has come to a complete standstill because of the Iranian aggression. In fact, this also secures our oil reserves amid the choking of the Strait of Hormuz, which is, remember, the largest choke point for all natural gas and oil globally. Viewers, keeping on to what's happening to energy, because it is no doubt the center of this war. With various oil refineries hit, Strait of Hormuz stands still. We know that energy and oil lie at the center of this war. Now, in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, US President Donald Trump has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. This comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil, has been blocked by the IRGC amid the escalating war in West Asia. Take a look at this.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably.
Viewers, now shifting focus to the diplomatic turn that the war is taking. Now, US President Donald Trump has urged all Iranian diplomats posted all across the world to request asylum. Now, in another warning to Iran, Trump asks Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms if at all they want US to come to the negotiation table. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Trump's streak of warnings to Iran continues. In another threat, Trump says IRGC, military and police must lay down their arms, else they will be killed. Trump once again urges the Iranian people to fight the leadership. Promises immunity to the people of Iran.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential, a much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future, and the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
He urges Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum. Trump continues to be reckless, with no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Viewers, now major oil refineries have been Iran's targets as it retaliates after the Israel-US strikes. Now, threats to block the Strait of Hormuz was just one part of it. But apart from that, Iran has attacked major oil refineries in Saudi, Qatar and various other countries, including one of the world's largest, which is in Saudi Arabia, the Aramco refinery. It is a move that has disrupted supply and is sending ripples across the globe. Republic reached out to Aramco for response, and we will tell you more about what they told us. But let's first understand how many refineries have been hit. Now on your screens, viewers, the Aramco refinery, it operates massive oil fields and refineries. About 10 billion barrels each day are produced from this one refinery. The disruption is now going to spike global prices, which we've already seen. In fact, even though the UK and the Europe has denied any disruption in prices, the markets were clearly showing a mirror of the refineries being hit. In fact, Bahrain's main refining hub was also one of the targets, which is called BAPCO. In fact, it processes crude that is supplied from Saudi Arabia. Now remember, world's oil bank lies in the Gulf region as Gulf goes to war, and various countries have been struck. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, some of the biggest names leading the oil industry. Viewers, these are the live visuals. We will get back to the oil story in just a minute, but these are the live visuals that we're getting. Another strike that has actually rained down in what looks like a residential area. Now, this is a crowded place, huge plumes of smoke going up in the air after strikes. These are the live visuals on your screens. While we speak of the oil prices being shaken because of the oil refineries being hit, these are the live visuals on your screens as the war continues. This is the ugly reality of what war looks like. These are the live visuals that we're getting in from Beirut, and these are first brought to you by Republic. In fact, viewers, while we estimate the cost of the war, one must not forget the actual people who are in the middle of this war, and that is the West Asian population, the people of the Gulf region. These visuals are live from Beirut. This is what looks like a residential area. Now, this could be a military establishment that has been struck, but that's highly unlikely. There are barely any military establishments, placed thick in between residential areas. So this has to be an attack on civilians. War crimes on war crimes are being reported in the ongoing war in Gulf. Now remember, these visuals come from Beirut. Beirut is not an immediate or a direct stakeholder of the war at all. It is just another country in the Gulf region that houses various bases of the US military. Even some of the UK military finds itself inside Beirut. And now these are the live visuals that have come in. The Iranian stand that remains extremely clear. Their position, their resolve that they're working with remains clear, that they will not just strike the enemy, which is Israel and the US, but they will also strike territories of those countries that are backing the two countries up. In fact, they have said that they will rain down missiles in territories that specifically house bases of the US military, since US is a direct stakeholder in the war against Iran. These are the live visuals that we're getting in from Beirut. The war escalating with each minute as West Asia remains on the brink. And while we're talking of oil prices, while we're talking of life loss, civilian deaths, we're talking of children that have been killed, schools, houses, residences flattened. This is another visual live on your screens from Beirut. This looks like a civilian area. We haven't been able to confirm the exact location of where this is happening in Beirut, but you can see the cost of a war. You can see that it is the civilians who are paying the cost of this war. In the middle of this war that has now entered its 7th day, life for the people of Gulf is completely shaken. These are the visuals that we're getting, and they're live from Beirut. Now remember, this is not the first strike to have hit Beirut. This is in fact the third one. The first one came on day 2 of the war. We're in day 7, and Beirut now continues to pay the price of the war that's ongoing in the region. Now remember, this also, we've been saying this since day 1 of the war, this attack from Iran it risks the larger involvement of the Gulf region into the war. It risks countries being pulled in, and not just countries in the Gulf region, but the ripples have been sent so far that even countries from West, from Europe, are now stepping in indirectly to pad up US and Israel and become a part of the larger conflict. We saw Italy, we saw France, Germany, Spain stepping in and saying that they will send in their warships, their armory, their armament, their military supplies. Troop involvement has not been mentioned yet, but armory military support has been promised from the side of various countries in Europe and various countries in the West. This right now on your screens, these include the attacks that have been carried out by Iran. Let's also listen into the ambient sounds, viewers. You will hear the sirens going off. You will hear the panic that's going off after one strike. Now, the smoke has calmed down, but it took so much time. And that in itself is enough to remind us what this impact must have felt like on ground zero. Viewers, the war is raging on in West Asia. We just saw visuals from Beirut, and now we're moving on and seeing that Israeli air defenses have now tried to intercept incoming Iranian missiles over the capital city of Tel Aviv. Now, the Israeli defense forces have intercepted Iranian missiles that were being rained over Tel Aviv. In fact, this comes after Israel carried out at least 11 airstrikes of its own, some intense and causing fires near gas stations, targeting southern suburbs of Beirut. And now we're seeing the IDF intercepting incoming Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv. We'll get you the visuals in just about a minute. These are the visuals on your screens, a barrage of missiles that you can see slicing through the air, the skyline of Tel Aviv, the capital in Israel, and the interceptors are on, and they are fighting against the barrage of missiles that are being rained down from the Iranian military. Now remember, this comes even as the Iron Dome remains activated on Israel, especially protecting the Israeli air defenses. But despite the Iron Dome, there are certain missiles and drones that find their way and slice through not just the Iron Dome, but also the Israeli airspace. And these are the visuals on your screens. Countries, including Israel, Iran, and the others in Gulf region, have given warnings to their own civilians to stay inside their residences. Schools and major operations have been shut down. But even then, viewers, remember, the missiles are being rained down every now and then. There was a barrage of missiles. You can see this is the skyline of Tel Aviv. Despite the activation of the Iron Dome, which was activated on the very first day of the war, there are certain missiles that actually break through the Iron Dome and get in. The Iranian military has found those loopholes, and these are the visuals on your screens. Viewers, now the Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes have entered their 8th day. Afghanistan is holding massive anti-Pakistan protests in Kabul, and Republic is on ground zero, getting you minute-to-minute details of what's unfolding. We'll continue with our rolling coverage on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV, Nation First.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।